Chapter 58-24. Thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. The 8-crowned king had fallen. Emo Shao was dumbfounded. This is the descent of the sword god. It's too powerful. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then, he looked to the side. Emo Shao quickly said, There's an array here. This person came out from the array. This array is terrifying. Lin Xian glanced at it and said, It's indeed powerful. However, it's not a problem for me. His eyes were filled with confidence as he prepared to break the array. Inside the array, the people from the deity ground continued to move. They wanted to tear the great emperor apart. They wanted to thoroughly search for the Yuhua celestial dynasty. However, at this moment, a black mist came out from one of the pearls. It was followed by a scream. Seeing this, the expressions of the other two men in black changed. Oh no, Sikong Shan is dead! The woman leading the group also frowned after hearing this. She turned her head. This is impossible. Sikong Shan is the 8-crowned king. Who can kill him instantly? The other two men in black changed their expressions. There were great emperors in this era. Could it be that the great emperor's sect had made a move? Before they could finish their thoughts, the formation suddenly shook violently once more. Then, a crack was torn open in the formation, and it spread out in all directions. The entire formation was split open. Who is it? Inside the array, 3 people shouted angrily. The woman in the lead was called Nanshan. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had personally set up this array. Naturally, she knew how terrifying it was. However, it could be broken in an instant. How terrifying was this person? Was it a peerless master or a group of people? She looked in front of her and was soon stunned. That was because she saw a handsome man walking in. He was alone. Furthermore, he was a young man. She quickly looked around. Is there an ambush? However, after a while, she was stunned. Lin Xian said, There's no need to look. I'm the only one here. I alone can suppress everything. What an arrogant statement. Nanshan was stunned. Who in this world dared to be so impudent in front of her? A man in black next to him said, Kid, do you know who we are? We are immortals in your eyes, yet we don't kneel when we see immortals. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and smiled. Immortal? Do you think you're qualified to be called immortals? He had only cultivated some immortal arts and possessed an immortal chi seed. How dare you call yourself an immortal? You think I don't know where you're from? You're from the celestial land. When the 2 men in black heard this, their pupils constricted. Even Nanshan sucked in a breath of cold air. There were quite a few people who could discover them. However, very few people knew about the deity ground. Who exactly was this young man in front of him? You have no right to ask me that. Lin Xian walked forward, and a biting cold sword chi appeared in his hand. Sword chi instantly erupted. Damn it, so arrogant. Attack! The 2 black-robed men on the other side roared angrily as they unleashed their peerless immortal techniques. Immortal art, Hutu. Immortal technique, heartless sword. The earth shook, and many cracks appeared as they charged towards Lin Xian. On the other side, there was a strange sword technique that seemed to be piercing through Lin Xian's heart. However, Lin Xian took a step forward and waved his sword chi. Immortal technique, heaven-defying sword. His sword chi continued onward, cutting through everything in its path. This peerless technique was so terrifying. The 2 black-robed men were terrified. They wanted to attack again, but it was too late. This sword not only broke their immortal technique, but also slashed towards them. They wanted to retreat, but they were still hit. The 2 of them were cut apart. It was so terrifying. They wanted to recover, but at this moment, another sword slashed towards them. This time, it completely destroyed their souls. The 2 of them died in despair and fell into a sea of blood. Nanshan's pupils constricted. Damn it, how dare you! In the blink of an eye, all 3 of her subordinates were killed. Those were 3 8-crown champions. Could it be that the other party was a 9-crown champion? His expression was incomparably solemn. I will make you regret this. Nanshan let out a roar as a brilliant glow was emitted from her hand. It was a seal, and it was extremely terrifying. Its aura shot into the sky. The strength of the 9-crown champion was completely unleashed. Nanshan's seal. She waved her hand, and the seal was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there was a dreamlike scene on it. There were divine trees growing, springs and waterfalls, and immortal mist spreading. Magnificent buildings and palaces also appeared in the mountains. What kind of seal was this? Mo Xiao, who was at the side, was stunned. Even the demon sect master would not be able to block this attack. There were not many people in the world who could block this attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly and threw out a punch. Let me feel the power of the 9-crown champion. He did not need to use any of his trump cards to fight against the 9-crown champion. The golden fist pierced through heaven and earth. It was like an immemorial golden crow flying and colliding with Nanshan. A deafening sound rang out, and flames danced and illusions filled the air. The southern mountain seal had been destroyed. You are only SOSO. Lin Xian used the 9 suns divine fist again. It was like thousands of suns appeared in the sky and quickly attacked. Boom! Boom! Nanshan was beaten until she kept retreating. Her blood boiled, and her expression was ugly. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? He took out a flute and played it. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the sky. Mo Zhao's soul immediately split apart. No, he was in despair. But fortunately, Lin Xian blasted out a law, enveloping it. Soul attack? I didn't expect you to be proficient in this. However, it was still not enough. Lin Xian formed hand seals, and a Taiji diagram appeared in front of him, spinning slowly. It was incomparably mysterious. The Taiji diagram flew over, and the yin-yang sword appeared, slashing through the 9 heavens. It fought against the sound of the flute. The yin-yang diagram was too mysterious. The aura he emitted fell. Those strange sounds could not pass through at all. Damn it! Nanshan roared. She waved her hand, and a tail appeared behind her. What kind of demonic beast's tail was this? It was covered with scales, and it was extremely strange. As soon as the tail appeared, it hit the Taiji diagram, trying to control it. Then, she played the flute and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The sound of silence. This time, it could destroy the soul. Lin Xian's Rinnegan flew out. Heavenly Tao, Eye of Heaven. A figure flew out from it, like a fairy of the 9 heavens. She clapped her hands and hit Nanshan's flute. Nanshan's flute instantly shattered. Nanshan's entire body was also sent flying as if she had been struck by lightning. She looked at those eyes, and her body trembled. How can your soul be so powerful? Humph, your strength is only SOSO. You are not qualified to be my opponent. Lin Xian walked forward. He waved his hand, and the sword she interweaved, turning into a heavenly monument that suppressed forward. No, don't think of suppressing me. Nanshan shouted angrily, wanting to escape. However, she couldn't escape at all. She was suppressed to the ground, and she was so angry that she vomited blood. Lin Xian walked in front of her and said condescendingly, Tell me your origins. Why did you attack the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Also, how many people did you send this time? How many great emperors came to save half a frog? Chapter 58-25. How do you know everything? Nanshan was terrified. Lin Xian sneered. Because I'm a god. Tell me, how many great emperors have come? Don't even think about it. Nanshan gritted her teeth. She would never tell anyone. She even said, Kid, just you wait. Wait for the great emperors of our immortal ground to come. You're dead. Stupid thing, if you tell me obediently, you can still have a quick death. But now, taste the pain of reincarnation. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan and began to collect the soul. Nanshan let out a miserable cry. She, the 9-crown king, couldn't resist. because Lin Xian's current strength was really too terrifying. Not long after, his soul was searched. Lin Xian received some news. He narrowed his eyes. Only one great emperor came? Fortunately, the situation wasn't too bad. If he could persuade Emperor Xia to stop that great emperor, it might be possible. However, Emperor Xia's relationship with him was only ordinary. Would he really stop a great emperor for him? Lin Xian didn't think so. Therefore, he had to make a good arrangement to make Emperor Xia and the Supreme Great Emperor clash. This way, he would have a chance to kill half a frog. As for you, there's no need for you to exist. Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword and killed Nan Shan with one strike. Nan Shan's body fell to the ground. However, Lin Xian didn't kill him. Instead, he let him fall here. Lin Xian planned to set up a trap with the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty as the background. A trap that was enough to make two great emperors fight. He entered the Sword World and began to search for the treasures in the Sword World. The only treasures that could make the great emperors jealous and even fight were in the Sword World. However, no matter how hard he searched, Lin Xian still wasn't satisfied. Some fruits were not ripe yet, and some, Lin Xian felt that it was not enough to make the other party fight to the death. He thought of something, the Supreme Bone. He had just collected Nanshan's soul and learned that a martial monarch had brought 3 nine-crowned kings and a group of experts to save the half-frog. Apart from this, these people also had another mission. Their mission was to explore the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. If there was a need, he could destroy the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. It seemed like Higan was afraid of something. As for the Supreme Exalted Bone, it was something that the Supreme Exalted Emperor needed in order to be reborn. If Lin Xian took out the Paragon Bone, he would definitely be able to attract the attention of the Emperor from the Permitha realm. At the same time, he thought about it for a moment. Coupled with the Longevity Lamp, Emperor Xia would definitely be tempted. After all, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was a legendary existence. If the Grand Xia Empire wanted to advance further, they had to obtain the secrets of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to make arrangements. In order to kill half a frog, Lin Xian really went all out. In the vast universe, a streak of light streaked across. This streak of light was way too terrifying. It brought with it immortal qi. It was extremely vast. There was a figure inside. It was a man. From the looks of it, he was in his 30s and was extremely handsome. However, his face was a little pale. However, his true strength was that of a great emperor. He was called Great Emperor Baiyu. Behind him followed a group of powerhouses. Suddenly, Great Emperor Baiyu frowned. He flipped his hand. In his palm, there was a broken soul jade pendant. He snorted coldly. Nanshan, that trash, actually died. Behind him, there were 2 nine-crowned kings. When they heard this, their pupils shrank. Nanshan was dead. Nanshan's strength was the weakest of the 3 nine-crowned kings. However, he wasn't that much weaker. Who could kill Nanshan? Could it be the great emperor of this era? Great Emperor Baiyu, who was in front, said, "The great emperor disdains to make a move on such a person. Moreover, I can sense that the great emperor of this era is watching me." He didn't make a move. 9 crowned kings were shocked. It seemed that there was an incredible person in this era. It was getting more and more interesting. Let's go. Great Emperor Baiyu increased his speed and cut through the void. Finally, he arrived at the true spirit world. The entire world was in an intense conflict. As soon as Great Emperor Baiyu approached, the Grand Xia Dynasty's Emperor Xia's immortal qi exploded. Boom! A terrifying power swept through the world. The 2 great emperors appeared together. It was as if 2 suns had appeared in the sky, facing each other. This aura directly caused a world-destroying storm. Everyone in the true spirit world was stunned. They prostrated themselves on the ground, terrified. The quasi-emperors felt their scalps go numb. 2 great emperors. How was this possible? Wasn't there only one great emperor in an era? Why was there a second one? It wasn't just the true spirit world. On Burial Earth, All the powerhouses in the universe felt it. They were dumbfounded. This was completely beyond their understanding. The Grand Xia dynasty was even more terrified. Countless people trembled. The 9 great emperors' sons were also gathered together. Their expressions were incomparably grave as they used their imperial bloodlines to resist the attacks. The 9th prince was terrified. Impossible. This is the aura of a great emperor? The 5th prince roared crazily. Hurry up and investigate. Tell me what's going on. They were all crazy. The Grand Xia dynasty activated the array and prepared to investigate. However, at this moment, an order was given. Come back. No one is allowed to go out. Yes, father. The 9th prince and the others turned around and shouted. Father, is this the aura of a great emperor? Is there another great emperor in this era other than you? That's impossible. Didn't your great Tao envelop the universe and dominate the firmament? The 9 great emperors' sons were all crazy. However, the Grand Xia dynasty's expression was extremely solemn. He said, It is indeed the aura of a great emperor. I can feel the immortal qi on him. Also, there is only one great emperor in each era. This is not wrong. However, what if he is not the great emperor of this era? Hearing this, the 9 great emperors' sons' pupils shrank. Not the great emperor of this world? Did the ancient great emperor come back to life? However, didn't the great emperors only live for 10 or 20,000 years? The Grand Xia dynasty's emperor shook his head and said nothing more. Although these people were his descendants, they were not qualified to know if they had reached this realm. He said, Stay in the Grand Xia dynasty's palace. Don't go out. After that, he rose into the air and flew into the distance. Immortal qi surrounded his feet. Countless people looked up at him as he flew into the 9 heavens. At the same time, Great Emperor Baiyu arrived with her people. The 2 great emperors met for the first time. The 2 great emperors did not speak. Instead, they looked at each other. There was the power of immortal qi in their eyes. True immortal qi was a power that reigned above everything. Soon, their gazes collided with each other. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. Countless strong people and boundary emperors all trembled. Just the collision of their gazes was enough to destroy everything. The people of the dragon tribe were terrified. Dragon Xiaotian's expression was solemn. Has the great emperor's aura arrived? In the cave of the eastern wilderness, the half-frog was so excited that it was trembling. It's here. Great. I can feel the power of the other side. Haha, I'm finally coming out. After being suppressed for so many years, I'm finally coming out. How could the half-frog not be happy? Chapter 58-26. In the sky, the 2 emperors faced each other. At this moment, Emperor Xiao spoke first. Are you from the mysterious deity ground? Interesting. Emperor Baiyu was also surprised. You guessed my origin in an instant. That's really surprising. The emperors of this era didn't disappoint me. Do you want to join the otherworld Heavenly King? Emperor Baiyu looked at Emperor Xia and asked in a deep voice. Emperor Xia's pupils shrank. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Xian frowned. The situation doesn't look good. It seemed that he had to do something. He couldn't let the 2 emperors work together. Rosalong, how's the array? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon said. It's basically done. It can be used soon. Lin Xian put the immortal slaying sword in the center of the array. He just needed to set it up and hold the 2 emperors back. Then, he would use the array to kill the frog. Lin Xian's body swayed and disappeared. In the sky. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xiao's heart began to beat rapidly. Join the otherworld Heavenly King? To be honest, he was tempted. Because this was a chance to become an immortal. If he didn't join the otherworld Heavenly King, he could only choose to sleep in a few thousand years. Friends, please. Emperor Xia invited Emperor Baiyu and the others into the Great Xia dynasty. At this moment, the Great Xia dynasty was shocked. The coexistence of the 2 emperors attracted the attention of the world. At this moment, the universe was stunned. In the palace of the great Xia dynasty, the two emperors were discussing something inside. No one knew what they were talking about. The people outside could only wait. On the other side, the 9 emperors' sons were very curious about the people from the deity ground. They kept looking at them. The people from the deity ground were all arrogant and looked up at the sky. They didn't even care about the emperor's sons. This made the 9 emperors' sons very angry. Were they being looked down on? On the other side, in the eastern wilderness, in the cave, the frog was mad. What's going on? What are the 2 emperors doing together? They're not fighting. What are they discussing? Aren't they going to save me? Come quickly. He couldn't wait a second. It shouldn't be that the other party came to save it first, right? Why isn't he here yet? He waited for 3 days, and only then did a 9-crowned king come, telling him to calm down a bit. The half-frog really wanted to slap the other party's face. However, he held himself back. After all, he still needed the other party's help. Found it. After 9-crowned king left, the Rinnegan in the sky disappeared. Sword World. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had finally found the place where the half-frog was. Now, he could set it up. He had already used the Yuhua celestial dynasty as the foundation to let the people of the 3 great demon races pass on the news. He said that in the Yuhua celestial dynasty, immortal light had appeared recently and treasures had appeared. Legend has it that the secret of longevity of the Yuhua immortal dynasty was that whoever obtained it would be able to live forever. He might even be able to discover the secrets of sovereigns. This news quickly spread. It didn't take long for the people of True Spirit World to find out. It even spread throughout the universe. Countless people were shocked. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at the scene. Who wouldn't want immortality? Wasn't cultivation for the sake of longevity? Those great emperors could only live for tens of thousands of years. After hearing this, the great emperors would probably be jealous. Sure enough, when the news spread to the great Xia dynasty, the 9 great emperors were also shocked. The people of the Permitha realm didn't believe it. The secret of longevity was here. What kind of joke was this? They didn't even have a deity ground. However, a day later, a beam of light pierced through the sky and appeared in the universe. Everyone was shocked. What kind of power was this? It was so magical. Countless people exclaimed. The pupils of the people of the deity ground also shrank. Even the deity ground didn't have this kind of power. This true spirit world was truly mystical. At the same time, in the great Xia dynasty's palace, the 2 great emperors also turned their heads. Their gazes pierced through heaven and earth. Previously, Great Emperor Baiyu had been discussing with Emperor Xia about joining the Permitha realm. He offered many conditions and outlined a beautiful blueprint, which made Emperor Xia very tempted. However, at this moment, the sudden appearance of the light interrupted their conversation. The 2 of them turned their heads. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from their eyes. The sudden appearance of the light was too mysterious. Even the 2 great emperors were shocked. Emperor Xia was the first to exclaim. It was in the direction of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. When Great Emperor Baiyu heard these words, he was also shocked. His other mission this time was related to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. He didn't expect to see the phenomenon of the Yuhua immortal dynasty not long after he arrived. Since this was the case, he was prepared to go and visit. Emperor Xia nodded. He also had the same intention. The 2 great emperors joined forces and headed to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. A few cracks had already appeared on the land of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. At this moment, there were experts from all over the heavens and realms investigating the situation. However, when the 2 great emperors arrived, these people all knelt on the ground, greetings to the great emperors. Whether you were a powerhouse of the older generation, a young genius, or a boundary emperor, you all had to kneel. A bunch of ants, get lost. Before Emperor Xia said anything, Great Emperor Baiyu shouted coldly. His voice swept across the place like a storm. The people kneeling around were all sent flying. Fortunately, no one died. Of course, this was because he was controlling his power. Otherwise, all the living beings below would have died. The surrounding people were frightened and retreated into the distance. Emperor Xiao's brows were tightly knitted together as well. Isn't this great emperor turning the tables on us? However, he didn't say anything. After all, he still wanted to join the Permitha realm. He looked down. What was so magical about this place? His gaze was like two divine lamps that pierced through heaven and earth. At this moment, a lamp appeared from the crack below. This bronze lamp was surrounded by a mysterious aura. This was the longevity lamp. After Lin Xian obtained it, he put it away. He didn't find any special use for it, so he took it out. When they saw the longevity lamp, the two great emperors were also surprised. What a mysterious flame! However, they didn't immediately make a move. Emperor Xia said, "This lamp is so mysterious. Why don't the two of us study it together?" "Okay." Great Emperor Baiyu nodded. The two of them reached out together and grabbed the longevity lamp. Soon they caught it. However, at this moment, an even more mysterious aura appeared from below the ground. It was a bone that floated under the ground. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. This was the supreme bone. When they saw this scene, an extremely sharp light burst out from the eyes of the two great emperors. Great Emperor Baiyu grabbed at the white bone with his palm. However, the white bone seemed to be very agile and dodged instantly. The ground below was shattered, and the white bone came into the void. Emperor Xia was delighted. With a wave of his hand, his sleeve covered the sky and earth, enveloping the white bone. When he saw this scene, Great Emperor Baiyu was completely furious. He shouted coldly, "Stop!" At the same time, an incomparably terrifying murderous aura erupted from his body and swept across the world. Everyone became terrified. Chapter 58-27. The attack of a great emperor was earth-shattering. Emperor Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. Was he going to attack him again? He roared, and immortal chi exploded from his body, forming a light screen that blocked the attack. Then he asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by this?" Emperor Baiyu snorted, "Give me that bone." His voice was ice-cold and carried a commanding tone. This made Emperor Xia very unhappy. He was also a great emperor, high and mighty, sweeping through an era. Since when could someone order him around? He said, "Treasures belong to those who are fated. Since I got it, it means we are fated. How can I give it away?" Ridiculous. Emperor Baiyu shook his head. "Treasures belong to those who are strong. Give it to me, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Emperor Xiao's face darkened, and his aura became more and more terrifying. He said, "What if I don't give it to you?" Emperor Baiyu froze, and his eyes burst with extremely cold murderous intent. "What, you don't want to join the Nirvana realm?" These words were already threatening. Emperor Xia said, "Are all the Nirvana realm people like you? If so, it's fine if you don't join. Do you really think that you can go against me just because you've become a martial monarch? There are strong and weak great emperors. I'll let you see the power of the Nirvana realm emperor." Emperor Baiyu was completely furious. He threw his head back and roared as numerous white feathers appeared on his body. They shot up into the clouds, and immortal chi swirled around them. Then he slapped down with his palm. Light burst out from his palm, breaking through heaven and earth, trying to tear the entire world apart. "How dare you!" The Xia Emperor was enraged as well. With a flick of his robes, he transformed them into mountains and rivers that stretched for thousands of miles, forming a world of their own. As the great emperor of this era, he was not only the master of the Grand Xia dynasty, but also the master of the Nirvana realm and even the universe. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. With a booming sound, thousands of miles of the world was pierced. The remaining power was blocked by Emperor Xia. He said in a low voice, "If you want to fight, let's fight in the outer realm." Immortal light burst out from his body, covering Emperor Baiyu. The two charged into the 9 heavens, and the outer realm of the starry sky was completely destroyed. After the two left the true spirit world, they started to fight. It was just a single strike. Hundreds of stars in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. The true spirit world also shook violently. The people in the true spirit world knelt on the ground. They looked up at the sky with fear on their faces. Heavens, a battle between the great emperors. Two great emperors had appeared in the same era. Furthermore, the two great emperors were fighting one another. This was probably something that had not happened for tens of thousands of years. Now that they had seen it, he wondered if he was lucky or unlucky. It turned out to be a fight. On the side of the Dragon Clan, Long Xiaotian looked up and frowned tightly. He had always felt that he was very close to becoming a great emperor. However, now that he felt the great war in the extraterritorial realm, he felt that he was a great emperor. Only then did he realize that there was still such a huge gap between him and the great emperors. Strength. I want great strength. I want to increase my strength. He clenched his fists tightly. Eastern Wilderness. Half Frog also frowned. What's going on? Why are you fighting with Emperor Xia? This time, was the great emperor sent by the deity ground reliable? He was very depressed. Until now, he still hadn't been saved. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was smiling. This was great. A bone of supremacy had finally caused a battle between two great emperors. Next, he could carry out his plan, which was to kill the other half of the frog. Extremely cold killing intent burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. He already knew where Half Frog was. It was in the Eastern Wilderness. This time, he directly went to the Eastern Wilderness to kill. He was very fast. He tore open the void and soon arrived in the Eastern Wilderness. In the vast mountains, there was a cave residence. Lin Xian cut open the cave residence with a sword, and there was a monstrous demonic aura inside. Half Frog also shouted angrily. Who is it? How dare you attack me? His voice was like thunder. In the next moment, his brains swelled, and his pupils shrank. It's you? His whole body became ferocious, and he was so angry that he kept jumping. Despicable kid, it's you. You actually came 100,000 years later. His killing intent surged. In an instant, he leaped out like an Archean demonic beast. He slammed into the ground, shattering the void. But not long after, he screamed. The chains on his back restrained him and pulled him back again. He fell to the ground and was extremely unwilling to accept this. Damn it, if I wasn't suppressed, I could kill you with one claw. It's all your fault. I came here and can't merge. Don't worry, I'll be out soon. When I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. I won't let you be reincarnated 100 times. Half Frog was murderous. You want to go back and merge? You want to regain your freedom? Dream on. This time, I'm here to send you on your way. I'll completely destroy your heart and soul. Lin Xian sneered. Little ant, you? Do you know that I'm a great emperor? You're just a small 8-crown champion. The difference between us is like the difference between heaven and earth. You can't even break through my defense, let alone kill me. Half Frog seemed to have heard the funniest joke. He laughed out loud. Indeed, even if he stood there and let a group of 9-crown champions attack him, he wouldn't be injured. That was the difference in strength. Moreover, it was a huge gap. Numbers couldn't make up for it. Only by gathering true immortal chi could it. You're wrong, Lin Xian sneered. First, you're just half a great emperor. You don't have immortal chi to protect you. So, you're not unkillable. Second, although I'm the 8-crown champion, the trump cards in my hand are not something you can imagine. So, it's not impossible for me to kill you. Lin Xian smiled confidently. Half Frog's heart pounded wildly. What was going on? Seeing Lin Xian's smile, he actually panicked. Impossible. He wanted to comfort himself. But in the next moment, he discovered that a huge formation had appeared around him. It formed a spatial gate and enveloped him. Was it teleporting him away? Damn it, don't even think about it. He jumped again, wanting to smash the spatial gate. At this moment, Lin Xian decisively used the heaven-swallowing jar. The black jar turned into a vortex and slammed over, floating above Half Frog's head. That huge whirlpool swallowed half of the frog and the demonic palace together. In the next moment, the invisible man teleported and disappeared from the eastern wilderness. Not many people noticed this process. However, Dragon Shoutian frowned. That's not right. That guy's aura disappeared. Could it be that he's free? That shouldn't be. The two great emperors above are still fighting. He was very confused. In the sky, Great Emperor Baiyu, who was fighting in the starry sky, also changed his expression. He also felt that the half-emperor's aura had disappeared. What's going on? He was confused, but soon, he didn't care anymore. So what if it disappeared? Although the other party was only half a body, he was still a half-emperor. In this world, only Emperor Xia was capable of harming him. Emperor Xia was fighting with him now, so the other party was absolutely safe. He didn't pay any more attention to them. He was going to seize this supreme being bone first. In the vast universe, in addition to the two great emperors fighting, in another place in the universe, a spatial gate teleported out. Then, demonic chi filled the sky. It was a demon palace with half a frog tied up. Opposite it stood three figures, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the Toad. This place should be far enough. The Toad looked around. Although it could still feel the aura of the great emperors fighting, it was already very far away. The Crimson Dragon said, "It should be fine." Lin Xian nodded. "Don't worry, this is his burial place." Chapter 58-28. Half Frog was so angry that he vomited blood. The three little ants kept saying that they wanted him to die. He couldn't stand this so-called burial ground. Indeed, although he was sealed now, it didn't mean that he couldn't fight back. A huge claw, covering the sky and the earth, fell down. This was the physique of a great emperor. It was extremely powerful. As soon as he made his move, the surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The vast power made all the creatures on the surrounding planets fall to the ground. What was going on? These people were all stunned. They could feel that there were two great emperors fighting in the distant universe. What? Now the aura of a great emperor appeared. Had this era changed? How could there be three great emperors? I must be dreaming. The two quasi-emperors on the nearby planets slapped their own mouths. They wanted to wake up from their sleep. Lin Xian used the sky-swallowing jar and created many black vortexes, enveloping them and blocking this attack. The next moment, he said to the Crimson Dragon, "Do it." The dark red divine dragon nodded. With a roar, it transformed into a divine dragon that was 100 feet long. Its claws danced non-stop. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the Sword World. From within, an array formation appeared. The array formation was extremely spectacular. As soon as it appeared, countless dragon roars shook the 9 heavens. The quasi-emperors on the nearby planets were stunned. They looked up. What was this? Dragon? The sky was full of dragons. Each of them was extremely terrifying, sweeping across the world. So many dragons gathered together. Was this dragon race trying to defy the heavens? Boom! Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The giant dragons covered the sky and Half Frog was enveloped. Half Frog was originally disdainful. He didn't care about the three little ants. Even if the other party had an extreme weapon, so what? They couldn't do anything to him. However, when this array formation appeared, his expression changed. What a terrifying dragon! Did the dragon race cooperate with the other party? No, this was not a living dragon. This was a dragon vein, a supreme-grade dragon vein. Half Frog, as a great emperor, saw at a glance that there were 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins. Was the other party using the power of these dragon veins to set up an array formation? Clearly, it was a super-array formation. So what if it was a formation? Even a great emperor-level formation might not be able to kill me. The Half Frog roared again and again. Is that so? Just you wait and see. Today, I will kill you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He pulled out the immortal slaying sword and placed it in the middle of the formation. The immortal slaying sword shone brightly, emitting a resonant killing intent that coordinated with the 9,999 dragons. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon was rapidly approaching from afar. Immortal Extermination Array, rise! A terrifying murderous sword she appeared between heaven and earth, making the half-frog's hair stand on end. He stared at the immortal slaying sword with his eyes wide open. How is this possible? Why do you have this sword? Wasn't this sword lost long ago? Where did you get it? Obviously, he recognized the immortal slaying sword. You are setting up the immortal slaying sword formation. Half-Frog's face turned green. He had never seen the immortal slaying sword formation with his own eyes, but he was the great emperor of the Nirvana realm after all. He knew many secrets and ancient legends. The Nirvana realm once had many enemies. Although these people were all gone, they had once caused heavy losses to others. One of them was very terrifying. This person was the owner of the immortal slaying sword. Not only did he have the immortal slaying sword, but he also had 3 other battle swords. The 4 battle swords could form the immortal slaying sword formation, which had once killed several great emperors of the Nirvana realm. This was a killing sword that had truly been stained with the blood of the great emperors. It was famous. However, it was said that back then, that person was also defeated by the joint forces of the Nirvana realm. In the end, even the 4 battle swords disappeared in the vast universe. Unexpectedly, the immortal slaying sword appeared again. Moreover, it was in the hands of this kid in front of him. If I kill you and take the immortal slaying sword, the Lord will definitely be happy. At that time, I will definitely make a great contribution. His eyes were red. Lin Xian sneered. You still want to take the treasure now? Do you think you can survive? Lin Xian roared again. He summoned the great dragon sword soul and also poured it into the formation. This time, the formation was completely formed. No, damn it. The half-frog's face changed again. He felt the horror of the sword chi. Before, he didn't care much. With only one immortal slaying sword, he thought he could still compete. But now, when he saw this formation, he panicked. Although there was only one immortal slaying sword, it had the great dragon sword soul and 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. With this immortal slaying sword, who knew what kind of power it would produce? No, he had to fight back quickly. The claws kept waving, and the surrounding void kept shattering. It seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. When it hit the array formation shook violently. The toad said, Is it okay? Lin Xian said, The formation has been activated. It won't be broken so easily. Now, let him see the power of the immortal slaying sword formation. As soon as his voice fell, the immortal slaying sword made a loud and clear sound. The great dragon sword soul revolved around it, and the great dragon sword soul absorbed the power of the 999 dragon veins. The sword slashed out and hit the half-frog's claw. It made a clanging sound. The half-frog's claw was sent flying, and a crack appeared on it. Was he injured? Damn it! The half-frog let out a crazy roar. How could the power of this formation be so strong? He remembered the ancient legend. The immortal slaying sword formation had really killed the great emperor, and more than one. Could it be that he was going to die under the immortal slaying sword formation? Damn it, I don't believe it. Although he didn't have immortal chi, he was still a great emperor's physique. He used his physique to fiercely bombard the surrounding formation. He wanted to break these supreme-grade dragon veins. However, at this moment, the sword formation was already surrounded by sword chi all over the sky. The great dragon sword soul was invincible, and the immortal slaying sword formation was murderous. The combination of the two completely destroyed the half-frog's attack. This made the half-frog go crazy. He really couldn't believe that such a terrifying attack could be easily blocked by this formation. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. As expected of the legendary immortal slaying sword formation, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad were also excited. Could it be that they could kill a great emperor? Thinking of this, they were all dancing with joy. Little White jumped out, holding a spiritual fruit, and sat in the void, eating the fruit while watching the show. Kill! Lin Xian and the others fiercely attacked. The sword chi all over the sky hit the half-frog's body, forcing it to retreat. A few more cracks appeared on the half-frog's body, and a few drops of emperor blood dyed the void red. The surrounding world couldn't bear it at all, and even the nearby planets kept collapsing. Not good. The people on the planets were horrified. What is this? This is the blood of a great emperor. Run! Even those quasi-emperors fled frantically. Damn it, how could this be? The half-frog was unusually furious. He was actually injured. He was injured by 3 ants. It was unbearable. Chapter 58-29. How about it? Do you still dare to question our strength now? Do you really think that I can't kill you today? Lin Xian sneered. Half-frog was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn brat, come and fight if you have the guts. This emperor will slap you to death. After Lin Xian heard this, he shook his head and sneered. Are you out of your mind? The Toad said. Are you retarded? We are just quasi-emperors, you are a great emperor. Do you think you have the nerve to say such words? Where is your face? Half-frog was so angry that he vomited blood. He felt very angry. He roared angrily and rushed in all directions again, trying to escape. Damn it, you have completely angered me. Today, I will let you see the true power of a great emperor. Half-frog roared angrily and laid down half of his body. There was a terrifying light pulsating, and a powerful force swept out. Lin Xian and the others were shocked back. The Toad also exclaimed, Damn, is this immortal chi? It wasn't immortal energy. This fellow wanted to go all out. Be careful. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Half-frog was really serious. The aura emitted from his body made the surrounding sun, moon, and stars all fall. In the end, his powerful soul pressed down. The whole universe was shaking. Lin Xian and the others felt that their souls were about to split. Lin Xian hurriedly took out the sky-swallowing jar. There was a black vortex above their heads to resist this aura. It was just an extreme weapon, it couldn't save their lives. Half-frog spat out a terrifying poison. This was the poison of a great emperor, which could corrode everything. Sure enough, as soon as it appeared, it made the black vortex shake as if it was about to shatter. Then, Half-frog attacked again. His claws became extremely sharp, with a demonic light, cutting through heaven and earth. Boom! The black vortex was torn apart, and was about to smash Lin Xian and the others into pieces. But at this time, Lin Xian and the others once again activated the immortal slaying sword formation. A sword across the sky. It blocked this claw and slashed back with lightning-like power. With a clang, half of the frog was forced back again. Damn it! He was so angry that he roared crazily. He was so close to killing the other party. Lin Xian was furious. He said, We can't be careless anymore. Kill him quickly. It would be troublesome if another emperor monarch came. Half a frog was really too terrifying. Even if they were suppressed, the celestial slaying sword could almost kill them. Therefore, they had to give it their all. All right, I will cooperate with you and burn 9,999 peak gray dragon veins. The Crimson Dragon made a seal with its palms. On Lin Xian's side, cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He used his powerful soul power to control the entire formation. Buzz! The immortal slaying sword in the formation shook violently, emitting a shocking force. Sensing this power, the half-frog's face darkened once more. This was the power of immortal slaying. This was killing intent. Not good. He raised his head and roared angrily. His body blossomed with 10,000 rays of light that pulsed non-stop. Even though he did not have any immortal chi, he had fully utilized his flesh of the martial monarch realm. Boom! The half-frog rushed over again. It was so fast that Lin Xian and the others could not react in time. This was not the speed of a quasi-emperor at all. This was the speed of a great emperor. Lin Xian activated his Rinnegan to the extreme. He could only capture a trace of an afterimage. No, the immortal slaying sword seemed to have sensed the power of the half-frog and took the initiative to attack. The sword slashed over, splitting heaven and earth. A shadow was slashed out. The half-frog screamed. Half of his body had been split open. His bones appeared and blood dyed the 9 heavens red. In the next moment, the universe in that place was constantly shattering. Several planets were directly torn apart, turning into a land of death. When the quasi-emperors in the distance saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Heavens, the half-frog was a great emperor and had the blood of a great emperor. But what was going on with those young people? How could a quasi-emperor kill a great emperor? Was this a joke? They were all crazy. The half-frog also couldn't believe it. How could it be like this? Great, the power of the immortal slaying sword had completely erupted. Then I'll send you to hell in one go. Lin Xian roared. He continued to activate the immortal slaying sword and slashed over. The immortal slaying sword had the power to slay heaven, earth, and immortals. At this moment, it erupted. Up to the 9 heavens, down to the 9 underworlds, the stars all shook. With another sword, the half-frog was sent flying again. Heaven and earth shattered, as if it had turned into eternal light. At this moment, even the 2 great emperors who were fighting far away felt it. They all stretched out their souls and looked into the distance. What was there? Why did they feel a power that made them shocked? Did another great emperor appear? Dragon Xiaotian also felt it. Why was there so much power of the dragon? What was it? He was extremely shocked. Some people from the dragon race felt their scalps go numb. They felt the power of the supreme-grade dragon vein. Previously, they had lost too many supreme-grade dragon veins in the war with the demon race. It caused their vitality to be greatly damaged. And now, these supreme-grade spirit veins actually appeared in the same place. Someone was setting up a trap. What? They didn't know. And on the other side, Lin Xian sped up this time. He knew that once the 2 great emperors came over, he wouldn't have a chance to make a move again. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the other party completely. Kill. 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 Lin Xian roared crazily. The 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins burned, providing a huge amount of power. The immortal slaying sword kept attacking. Every time, half of the frog's body was split open. The last time, half of the frog's body was completely split open. It was split into 2 halves. Half of the frog was very miserable. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that his broken body couldn't be completely healed in a short time. Damn it, it was the power of the great dragon sword soul. Damn it, previously his body was split open. Other than the demon emperor, there was also the power of the great dragon sword. Otherwise he wouldn't be half of his body. Now, he was slashed by the power of the great dragon sword. Damn it. He could feel his life slipping away. The other party's trump card really had the possibility of killing him. The great emperors were high and mighty and had immortal chi, but it didn't mean that they couldn't die. The great battle in the past had turned many great emperors into white bones. It wasn't easy for the half-frog to live until now. He didn't want to die like this. He hadn't become an immortal yet. He wanted longevity. He wanted to live forever. He couldn't die in the hands of these little ants. He let out an unwilling roar. Fellow Taoists from the other side, come and save me. Even if you are at the edge of the universe, you can still hear the great emperor's cry for help. Sure enough, in the sky above the true spirit world, 2 great emperors were fighting. Great Emperor Baiyu frowned. What was going on? He heard someone crying for help. Was it the half-frog he wanted to save? How could it be the other party who was in danger? It shouldn't be? Who was it? Was it those supremes in the forbidden land of life? Damn it! He roared angrily and tore the void apart. He wanted to go. Chapter 58:30. Was the other party leaving? Emperor Xia heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fighting with the other party had put him under a lot of pressure. The other party was indeed a great emperor who had walked out of the legendary Paramitha. He was really too strong. But fortunately, the other party was leaving now. Just as he relaxed, great Emperor Baiyu, who had torn open the void, suddenly turned his head. A cruel smile appeared in his eyes. Immortal technique, blade of light. A ray of light broke the sky and the earth. The stars were destroyed. Then, the world was split open. The Xia Emperor cried out in pain as well. His left hand had actually been severed. Following that, the Emperor's bone fell from his left hand. In the next moment, it was grabbed by a huge claw and brought to the side of Great Emperor Baiyu. I'll take this. Great Emperor Baiyu entered the space crack. Damn it! The Xia Emperor had gone completely mad. His eyes were bloodshot. Stay here! How could he endure such a big loss? He had been a great emperor for 15,000 years. He had been high and mighty for 15,000 years. In these 15,000 years, no one dared to challenge him. He had not known the feeling of being injured for a long time. Now, he was injured. Moreover, he was ambushed. Unforgivable. Father. Below, the 9 Supremes princes were also terrified. Was their father injured? As for Emperor Xia, he roared into the sky. His loud voice shattered the world. Then, in the Grand Xia Empire, a long sword appeared. It was a golden sword. It was Emperor Xia's sword. Held in his hand, it was an extreme weapon. At this moment, when it was used by a great emperor, it was really terrifying to the extreme. With a slash of the sword, it was as if it could cut open the universe. The void was completely shattered. Great Emperor Baiyu was also shaken out by this sword. He did not succeed in leaving. At this moment, his face was cold. You dare to stop me? So what if I stop you? You dare to hurt me? I will take revenge today. As a great emperor, how could he allow himself to be defeated? He was the strongest in this era. Even if the other party was from the Paramitha, he could not. Courting death. A pair of white wings appeared behind Great Emperor Baiyu's back. As he flapped his wings, the stars in the sky lost their radiance. He wanted to escape with the paragon bone. Emperor Xia, on the other hand, had already taken out the Emperor Xia's sword and would not give up so easily. Emperor Xia's sword cut through the heavens and the earth, and he clashed with his opponent yet again. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the others were extremely nervous. However, after a while, they realized that the other emperor hadn't appeared. This allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xian said, "That's great. Looks like you're not that lucky." Half Frog went crazy. How could this be? Damned idiot, what else do you have to delay? Hurry up and save me. He was crazy. What could be more important than him? He was about to die. Little did he know that Martial Monarch Baiyu was vomiting blood in her heart too. Originally, he wanted to save half of the frog's body. He planned to ambush the other party before he left. That way, he could kill many birds with one stone. But who would have thought? Emperor Xia was actually this crazy, looking as if he would never give up. Both sides were really angry. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come back in a short time. Lin Xian and the others all laughed. If your luck is bad, then stay here forever. 100,000 years later. He roared to the sky and activated the Immortal Slaying Sword formation with all his strength. The Immortal Slaying Sword formation erupted with endless power. 3,000 stars turned into sword chi and swept across the world. This will be the place where you will be buried. With a roar, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation completely enveloped half of the frog. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the world, and the stars in the universe were all collapsing. The Immortal Slaying Sword had once killed a great emperor. This sword was extremely sharp. At this moment, it erupted with all its strength, turning that place into chaos. Was it over? The Crimson Dragon and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the primal chaos. A big claw stretched out. Half Frog roared crazily, "I am a great emperor, immortal and indestructible. I will not die in your hands." It was still alive. The Crimson Dragon's face became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian frowned as well. Is this the power of a great emperor? It was only half a body. The immortal slaying sword formation that they had carefully arranged couldn't kill it? It was really too terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying it was, so what? The immortal slaying sword formation had once killed a great emperor. It could do it before, and it could do it now. Kill it for me. Lin Xian roared angrily again. He opened the sword world again, and some of the power in the sword world also emerged. The dragon sword spirit roared. It actually poured into the immortal slaying sword. The immortal slaying sword seemed to have a soul. It released another peerless sword. This sword seemed to be able to cut through the ancient times. No! Half of the frog let out a desperate roar. In the next moment, its huge body was enveloped by sword qi. With a rumbling sound, the entire universe was split in half. Lin Xian's face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Little White, who was beside him, hurriedly took out a lot of spirit fruits from the sword world, as well as the divine spring of life, and gave it to Lin Xian to swallow. Lin Xian ate it, and recovered a bit of strength. Then, they all looked ahead nervously. This time, that half of the frog should be dead. The front was still chaotic, but there was no more half of the frog's figure. Dead, it was really dead. The Crimson Dragon roared, and the toad also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's expression also eased. He began to summon the immortal slaying sword. In the shattered void in front of him, 2 rays of light flew out. It was the immortal slaying sword and the dragon sword spirit. At this moment, the two had already separated and returned to Lin Xian's body. The 9,999 top-grade dragon veins had been exhausted, and not a single one was left. This made the Crimson Dragon feel extremely regretful. With so many top-grade dragon veins, if they could be kept for 100,000 years, it would be a shocking fortune. Probably even the great emperor family did not have such a foundation. However, Lin Xian did not feel that it was a pity. Although these spirit veins were gone, he had killed half of the frog after all. In this way, the green-robed great emperor would not be able to fully recover. In the future, it would be much easier to kill the green-robed great emperor. At least, it would be easier than killing a real great emperor. Buzz! Between heaven and earth, there was suddenly a sorrowful cry, and then, there was a rain of blood. Gradually, from this area, it drifted to all the planets in the universe. They looked up at the sky in horror. What is this? The true spirit world was naturally enveloped by this rain of blood. They were shocked. Long Xiaotian's expression changed drastically. Could it be that the great emperor had fallen? They had heard that legend had it that only the fall of an extremely terrifying powerhouse would have such a sorrow. In the starry sky, the two people fighting also stopped. Emperor Xia frowned. The other great emperor Baiyu seemed to have gone crazy. Dead, that half of the frog, is it dead? Impossible. Who was it that did it? This time, he no longer paid attention to Emperor Xia. He frantically tore the void and flew into the distance. How could this be? Half of the frog was dead. How could he explain it? Who was it? Who did it? Get out of here! He roared crazily. His soul quickly probed out and spread throughout the universe. Chapter 58:31. In the vast universe, a rain of blood fell. The faces of Lin Xian and the others changed. They could sense a powerful aura approaching them at a rapid pace. It's the arch. Let's go. They quickly left. At this moment, Lin Xian used the heaven-devouring jar to envelop half of the frog's body and took it away. This was the corpse of a Darch. It contained endless power. He would definitely not give it up. After doing this, he tore open the void and left. In the next moment, a white feather slashed down from the sky, shattering heaven and earth. The Archbayou descended. He roared crazily. "Damn it, who is it? Who is it? Is it really dead?" He used his Emperor-level soul to investigate, and found that half of the frog was really killed. A half-stepped arch died just like that. He felt his hair stand on end. What kind of terrifying existence was hidden in this universe? This aura belonged to the Archbayou, as expected of an Emperor-level figure. His soul was so powerful that he could feel many terrifying auras. At the same time, he also felt the auras of 3 little ants. 3 quasi-emperors were here. Impossible. These 3 quasi-emperors couldn't even break through the defense of a Darch. How could they appear in this place? Whatever, they must know something. I'll capture them and search their souls. The Archbayou's eyes shone brightly. He waved his hand, and a painting appeared in front of him. Then, he injected the auras of the 4 people he collected into the painting. In the next moment, the painting covered the sky and earth, covering the entire universe. From the painting, 4 figures appeared. They were Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Little White, and the Toad. In the universe, Wuxia looked up at the sky again. "What happened? Where did this painting come from?" The Archbayou's cold voice sounded. "Whoever captures these 4 people will be taught the Thearch's Darch mystique." Boom! This news was like a thunderclap in the universe. Countless people went crazy, their eyes turning red. The divine ability of a great emperor was a supreme art. They all thought of it, especially those quasi-emperors. They all prepared to take action. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, there were still some people who were dumbfounded. For example, those from the demon race. They exclaimed, "This is Lin Gongzi! How did Lin Gongzi offend a great emperor?" The people of the Dragon clan also exclaimed, "Dragon God, it's the Dragon God! He's still alive! That's great!" Their relationship with Lin Xian was complicated. On the one hand, they should be like Long Xiaotian, hostile to each other. However, Lin Xian had saved them. They owed a debt of gratitude to an ancient expert of the dragon race. Therefore, they didn't want him to die. Now that he saw Lin Xian and the others again, he was naturally happy. However, they soon became worried again. Lin Xian had offended a great emperor. The situation was not good. This guy was really like a lingering spirit. He was still not dead even after all this. Long Yu snorted coldly. Long Xiaotian was the same. He narrowed his eyes and frowned. Could it be that this kid had something to do with the fall of the great emperor? Imperial Father, what is going on? The 9 princes also came to Emperor Xia's side to ask. Because everything that had happened before was really too strange. Emperor Xia's brows were tightly furrowed. This kid was probably related to the fall of the previous great emperor. The 9th prince said, "Could it be that he did it?" When these words came out, the other princes also sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible? The 5th prince shook his head frantically. What kind of existence was a great emperor? Even if 10,009 crowned kings attacked, they wouldn't be able to hurt a great emperor at all. This guy wasn't 9 crowned king yet. How could he kill a great emperor? However, no matter what they said, the quasi-emperors in the universe had already started to move. They wanted to capture Lin Xian and the others. In the vast universe, a black whirlpool was floating. Within the whirlpool, there was a black whirlpool. Lin Xian and the others had already entered the sword world. In order to avoid the detection of the great emperors, they came in. After entering, Lin Xian placed the heaven-swallowing jar on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the great emperors appeared in the heaven-swallowing jar. A monstrous blood aura filled the air. The Crimson Dragon frowned. What a strong resentment. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to absorb it. Lin Xian also nodded. The power of the great emperors contained true immortal qi. If they wanted to absorb it directly, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In addition, the resentment on this half-frog's body. They didn't dare to absorb it. However, they wouldn't waste it. He said, "Although it can't be absorbed, it can provide power. In the future, it can be fully recovered, the great dragon sword's soul, or an extreme weapon." This was a super strong energy. The toad said, "I want to try." He was really too excited. This half-frog was of the same species as him, so the toad really wanted to try. Lin Xian said, "It's very dangerous." The toad said, "This is my only chance. Kid, your trump card is heaven-defying, and your talent is super strong. Becoming a great emperor is no problem. But it's different for us. Even in this era where the immortal ground descended, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to become a great emperor. Now there's such a frog here. If I don't absorb it, there's no justice. Although it's dangerous, I'm willing to give it a try." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. "Then give it a try. But remember, your life is the most important." Don't worry, kid, I won't court death," the toad said. Next, the toad began to try to absorb the power of this half-frog. After Lin Xian and the others recovered a little, they came out. After coming out, his little face darkened. Because he also saw that the picture scroll in the universe was the four of them. It seemed that there were already many people who had ideas about them. Next, there would probably be endless battles. "Let me see, who dares to come?" The Crimson Dragon snorted angrily. Now that he was also a 7-crowned king, he was very close to becoming an 8-crowned king. Maybe he could persevere in battle and break through to become a 7-crowned king. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. Lin Xian said, "Don't do anything. Spread the news. I want to see who dares to come." The news he was talking about was naturally the news that they had killed a great emperor. When this news came out, those quasi-emperors would probably be scared silly. Soon, Lin Xian and the others spread the news. In an instant, everyone in the universe knew. "What did you say?" These 4 people had killed a great emperor. That was impossible. Who were they? They were at most quasi-emperors. How could they kill a great emperor? Some people said, "I think it's possible. After all, another great emperor is chasing after them." At this time, who would dare to admit that they had killed a great emperor? However, the 4 of them dared. This showed that the 4 of them had enough trump cards. Some quasi-emperors already felt their scalps go numb. If they went up to someone who had killed a great emperor, wouldn't they be courting death? Therefore, they immediately gave up. Of course, some people didn't believe it. They wanted to see it with their own eyes. Finally, they found Lin Xian and wanted to see Lin Xian's strength with their own eyes. Of course, the price was to go to hell. In the universe, more than a dozen quasi-emperors gathered together and attacked Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian used the immortal slaying sword and killed all these people. Chapter 58-32. This scene also spread out. The powerhouses in the universe exclaimed, "Damn it, he's so strong! I believe now that he can kill a great emperor. A boundary emperor is not his match at all. I can't find it anymore." Although the great emperor's supernatural power was good, his life was more important. The entire universe fell into shock. The dragon race and the people of the great Xia dynasty were even more shocked. It was actually killed by the other party. This was impossible, right? They were deeply suspicious. When great Emperor Baiyu heard this news, he was so angry that he vomited blood. "Damn it, is this a challenge to me? Is this a slap to my face?" He must catch the other party and destroy his soul. After the news spread out, no more boundary emperors came. Lin Xian had a lot less trouble. What he was thinking now was not how to kill a great emperor, but how to go back. After all, he was from 100,000 years in the future. Previously, he relied on the river of time to come here. Now, if he wanted to go back, he had to rely on the power of time. This power was really too mysterious. Even a great emperor might not be able to control it. Otherwise, half a frog would have gone back long ago. If he wanted to go back now, it would be very troublesome. He was not very familiar with 100,000 years in the future. He could only ask DeLong. DeLong said, "If it's in this era, it really does have the power of time." After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes lit up. He asked, "Where is it?" DeLong said, "There are two ways. First, you can dig in the ancient land. You might be lucky and dig out the power of time." Lin Xian's face darkened. Impossible. The ancient land was too big. No one could guarantee that they could dig it out. DeLong nodded. Then there's only the second way, which is to go to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. I remember that there was an ancient altar in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty 100,000 years ago that had the power of time. It was said that it was called the Time Altar. If you can find that altar, you might be able to go back. Time Altar? After Lin Xian heard this, he took a deep breath. Okay, let's do that. He saw the hope of going back. Now that he had killed half a frog, his strength had also increased. Next, it was time to go back. But before that, he still had some things to do. Previously, other than collecting 9,999 supreme-grade dragon veins, he had also collected some dragon veins. Now, he was going to distribute these dragon veins all over the universe and wait for 100,000 years to collect them again. This time, a total of 3,000 dragon veins were distributed to 3 different places. Each place had 1,000 dragon veins hidden in different parts of the universe. He wondered how much would be left after 100,000 years. After making all these arrangements, Lin Xian prepared to head to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. At the same time, Great Emperor Baiyu had also gone mad. He was prepared to kill Lin Xian. However, that fellow was extremely well hidden. Sometimes, even he was unable to find him. This made him extremely shocked. He was a high and mighty martial monarch. How could he not be able to find an ant? How could he have known that Lin Xian possessed the ancient land? Not even the great sovereign would be able to find him after entering the ancient land? Once again, he arrived at the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The current Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was different from 100,000 years later. After 100,000 years, there would still be many immortal platforms. But now, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was completely quiet. There were all kinds of buildings and palaces. However, there was no one, and there was no sound. It was abnormally quiet, so quiet that it made one panic. They were back here again. The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. However, why was the atmosphere so strange? Was there anyone here? He roared. His voice echoed throughout the entire Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. However, no one responded. Damn, it couldn't be that there was no one here, right? Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to check and said, Perhaps 100,000 years ago was not the time for them to awaken. Let's go and find the time altar. Lin Xian opened his Rinnegan to check. The Crimson Dragon's soul also spread out. Little White also held a treasure bowl and blinked her big black eyes. Suddenly, there was a tremor in front of them. This power was terrifying. It surpassed that of a quasi-emperor, and belonged to a higher level of power. They hurriedly used the heaven-swallowing jar to block it. Their blood and chi were surging. What was that? The Crimson Dragon cried out in surprise. Little White also jumped up. She babbled. What a big shadow! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He saw a huge black shadow floating between heaven and earth in front of him. It hadn't appeared before. It should have appeared suddenly. The tremor just now was from the other party. Was this an extreme weapon? Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying extreme aura from the other party. This thing was actually here. DeLong was also surprised. Lin Xian asked, What is it? DeLong said, The Emperor's seal. This was the seal used by the Emperor. After Lin Xian heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the Emperor's item. Although it was not the Emperor's weapon, it was definitely an extreme weapon. Moreover, it had a special meaning. The Emperor's seal was extraordinary. Lin Xian and the others looked forward. They only felt their souls shaking. This huge seal contained a will like that of the heavens, as well as an extremely terrifying comprehension. Lin Xian and the others couldn't understand it at all. However, they knew that this was incomparably profound, perhaps formidable to the extreme. But what was the use of it? Lin Xian didn't know. He could only ask DeLong. DeLong said, "His power is enough to sweep through the universe. But now, he can't use it. However, you can do something else. Didn't you release the longevity lamp and the supreme bone in order to set up a trap? You can take it back now." Take it back? Lin Xian was stunned. Snatching treasures from the hands of two emperors? Did he want to die? Although he had killed half a frog before, he had used up all his trump cards and set up for a long time before he succeeded. Moreover, half a frog only had the body of a great emperor and no immortal qi. It was suppressed by the demon palace and couldn't use its full strength. That was why it died. But now, the two great emperors were at their peak, the two strongest great emperors. How could he be a match for them? DeLong said, "You don't have to fight with them. With this imperial seal, you can take it back. Of course, after you return, it won't be in your hands. Instead, it will return to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. However, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty will owe you a favor." This was a very cost-effective matter. To be able to make the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty owe you a favor. If you encounter danger in the future, you might be able to get the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty to help you solve it. Is that true? Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Previously, he took the Supreme Bone to give it to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Although the time wasn't right now. However, as long as he could make the other party remember his favor, it would be enough. Alright, let's do it that way. Lin Xian nodded. DeLong said, "I'll try to communicate with him." Lin Xian walked forward. He arrived in front of the Imperial Seal. At this moment, the extreme weapon above his head, the heaven-swallowing jar, displayed its full power. It enveloped his body. Otherwise, a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to come here. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He looked up ahead and placed his hand on it. Immediately, the Imperial Seal emitted a power that shook the surroundings. Lin Xian felt that his arm was about to shatter. However, at this moment, the great dragon's sword soul surged into his palm. He was able to resist this power. In the next moment, a deep voice sounded. "It's you!" This voice came from the Imperial Seal. Chapter 5833. "I didn't expect you to still be alive." The Imperial Seal's voice was bleak. The great dragon sword soul said, "You're still here. How can I die? I have something to tell you." The great dragon sword soul said something. The Imperial Seal was shocked. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt his body tremble. He could see that the Imperial Seal seemed to be observing him. This feeling was very strange. He felt as if he was facing a great enemy, and his hair stood on end. "Is what you said true?" it asked. The great dragon sword soul said, "How can it be false? You'll know when you sense it." However, there was a problem during the process. When we wanted to send the item back, it was stolen by two emperors. You know that this little guy is only the 8-crowned king now. He can't fight against the emperors. He wants to, but he can't, so he can only come here to find you. Two emperors? Humph, they don't know what's good for them. The Imperial Seal snorted and a monstrous aura rushed out of its body. It said, "If it's really in this world, then I'll take it back." The great dragon said, "Then can you do this little guy a favor? After all, without him, the item wouldn't have come here." "Okay." The Imperial Seal nodded. In the next moment, it rushed into the sky, shattered the void, and disappeared. "How is it?" Lin Xian asked. The great dragon said, "Don't worry. He'll do it." In the outside world, the weather changed. Emperor Baiyu looked for Lin Xian crazily. He didn't know that Lin Xian had already arrived at the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was very mysterious. Unless he went down personally, he wouldn't be able to find out. He looked around the world. Emperor Xia's face was also cold. He was tricked by the other party once. Now, he was ready to take revenge. Before he took action, he found that Zhongzhou was broken. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky, covering thousands of miles. What happened? Everyone looked up again. Did another emperor appear? The people of the great Xia dynasty were shocked. They could feel that the aura came from Zhongzhou. They were in Zhongzhou. The distance between them was extremely close. The entire Grand Xia Empire was shaking violently. Because the black shadow had already arrived above them. It was as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. The formations below were all shattered. How could this be? This was a great emperor-level array formation. The people in the imperial court had all gone crazy. Emperor Xia's pupils constricted as well. He reacted as if he was about to face a formidable foe, and he took out the emperor of the Xia's sword right away. It soared into the sky. He thought that great Emperor Baiyu had come. However, when he saw clearly, he was shocked. It was not a person, but a large seal. It was an incomparably simple and unadorned seal that carried an unparalleled might. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Grand Xia Empire? At that moment, the Xia Emperor pointed his sword at the heavens. He was extremely powerful. Sword chi surrounded his body, making him look like a celestial being. Are you the emperor of this era? The imperial seal said coldly. I can sense the aura of the longevity lamp on you. Hand it over. It doesn't belong to you. Everyone was going crazy. Threatening a great emperor with a weapon? What kind of joke was this? Emperor Xia harumphed coldly as well. The longevity lamp was something that he had obtained with great difficulty. How could he hand it over just like that? You don't want to hand it over? The imperial seal instantly descended and slammed down fiercely. How dare you! The Xia Emperor also roared angrily and slashed out with his sword. This sword was surrounded by immortal chi. It was as dazzling as the Big Dipper stars. Boom! After this attack, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying cracks spread all over the place. The Xia Emperor was forced back 3 steps. His arms were trembling. His eyes widened. How is this possible? This person's strength was even more terrifying than Great Emperor Baiyu's. Who the hell are you? He gritted his teeth and asked. I am the seal of the sovereign. After hearing this, the Xia Emperor's pupils shrank. How could he not know the name of the sovereign? That was the master of the Yuhua Empire. Among the great emperors, he was an existence that could sweep across all directions. Unexpectedly, his seal had been revived. He fell silent. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve. The longevity lamp floated in the void. I hope you won't blame the Grand Xia Empire for offending you before. Everyone was going crazy. A great emperor was actually backing down now? It was too unbelievable. However, they could also see that this seal was extremely terrifying. The imperial seal struck out with its power and enveloped the longevity lamp. Then, he said, since it's your first time, I won't blame you. But in the future, don't have any ideas about the Yuhua immortal dynasty. After saying that, it rose into the air and disappeared. After it left, the people of the Grand Xia Empire heaved a sigh of relief. The Xia Emperor's gaze was also gloomy. He turned around and returned to the palace. Then, he issued an order. From now on, the Yuhua immortal dynasty of the central state would be listed as a forbidden area. No one in the Grand Xia Empire was allowed to investigate. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. When this news came out, the world was shocked. After collecting the longevity lamp, the imperial seal struck again. It also felt the power of the sovereign bone. This time, it also wanted to get it back. In the next moment, it traveled through space and chased after Great Emperor Baiyu. Who was it? After Great Emperor Baiyu sensed it, he punched out in all directions, shattering heaven and earth. Then, he saw a huge seal floating above his head. What was this? He frowned. He thought it was the Xia Emperor who had come. But it wasn't. You are something of the Grand Xia Empire. Where is the Xia Emperor? Does he not dare to come? Humph, what a coward. He only sent a weapon. Great Emperor Baiyu still didn't understand what was going on. He sneered with contempt in his eyes. Hand over the sovereign bone. A cold voice came from the imperial seal. With just you? Great Emperor Baiyu sneered in disdain. Even the Xia Emperor is not my match. With just a weapon, get lost. He sneered. The imperial seal was very decisive. If the other party didn't hand it over, it descended from the sky. You dare to fight against me? Great Emperor Baiyu was furious. He punched out, and immortal energy filled the sky. This punch could penetrate the universe. Boom! There was another shocking collision. An aurora surrounded the universe. At this moment, the entire universe was illuminated. On the side of the Grand Xia Empire, countless people looked up at the sky. Was there another great emperor-level battle? The Xia Emperor shook his head and sneered. This great Emperor Baiyu was probably at a disadvantage. Great Emperor Baiyu's strength was about the same as his. Even if he was strong, he wouldn't be that strong. And the strength of the Imperial Seal had probably surpassed them. Even a single weapon was stronger than theirs. One could only imagine how terrifying Di Zun must have been back then. No wonder the other party wanted to become an immortal. A rumbling sound came, and the universe shattered. After a blow, blood splattered. Great Emperor Baiyu screamed and kept retreating. One of his arms had been broken. This scene was unbelievable. This was a great emperor. To think that he would be injured by a mere weapon! Martial monarch Baiyu was completely dumbfounded. It had been many years since he had felt such pain. He roared to the sky. You dare to hurt me? Die! The feathers on his back all rose into the sky and turned into a huge array that enveloped the imperial seal. There was a cold, killing intent on it. At this moment, it fell together. Chapter 58-34. This scene was extremely spectacular. Not only that, Great Emperor Baiyu even took out his extreme Dao weapon. It was a long spear that was extraordinarily mighty. At this moment, when he became one with the spear, its power was extremely powerful. He was really angry. Facing such a terrifying attack, the Imperial Seal was very simple. It just fell mercilessly. With one strike, the surrounding array shattered. With another strike, the extreme Dao weapon was sent flying. With the third strike, Great Emperor Baiyu was sent flying. His body was split open. How could this be? Great Emperor Baiyu's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, a trace of chaotic light erupted from the Imperial Seal. It was as if the sky was about to be split open. With a boom, Great Emperor Baiyu screamed. He was actually shattered into pieces. No! He threw down the supreme bone and turned to escape. Celestial energy surrounded his body. He flew into the 9 heavens and disappeared. He was really afraid. In that instant, he felt like he was on the verge of death. This seal had the strength to kill him. The Imperial Seal's aura enveloped the supreme bone. In the next moment, he disappeared again. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Lin Xian saw the two items. When he returned, his eyes widened. Had the two martial monarchs been defeated in less than a day? It was too unbelievable. Just how powerful was this Imperial Seal? Great Dragon, how was it when you were at your peak? Lin Xian asked. Great Dragon said, if the Great Dragon sword wasn't broken, it would be stronger than it at its peak. Lin Xian was shocked. He really hoped that one day, he would be able to see the Great Dragon sword at its peak. Congratulations, Senior. Lin Xian looked at the Imperial Seal, cupped his fists, and said. The Imperial Seal flickered. The longevity lamp and the supreme bone returned to Lin Xian's side. This stunned Lin Xian. For me? The Imperial Seal said, that's right. Take it first. I can sense that you are not from this era. This thing is now in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. I'm afraid it will be lost in the future. It's better for you to keep it. Now is not the time. When the time is right, I hope you can send them back to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Our Yuhua Immortal Dynasty owes you a favor. Lin Xian took a deep breath and carefully put the 2 items away. He said, I'll definitely do it. Lin Xian knew that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty had a super plan. It seemed that now was not the right time to resurrect the sovereign. Perhaps it would only be possible after 100,000 years. Senior, since you already know that I'm not from this era, Then can I borrow your time altar? I want to go back. Sure. This time, the Imperial Seal personally made a move. The time altar appeared in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked as he looked up at the mysterious passage of time. Even immortal emperors would find it hard to control such power, but the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty actually possessed it. This was truly inconceivable. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the others stepped onto the time altar. Goodbye, 100,000 years ago. In the next moment, the power of time surrounded them, and they disappeared. After Lin Xian left, the Imperial Seal said in a low voice, Little guy from the future, it's up to you in the future. Emperor Xia, the dragon race, and Long Xiaotian from 100,000 years ago didn't know that Lin Xian had disappeared. And all of this had nothing to do with Lin Xian. The sky and earth spun and the stars moved. All kinds of scenes of heaven and earth flashed before Lin Xian's eyes. When everything disappeared, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He was in the vast universe, surrounded by cold silence. Only the stars in the distance flickered slightly. Am I back? Lin Xian felt a little dizzy. He released the Crimson Dragon and Little White. After they came out, they also vomited. Damn. Traveling through time was much more uncomfortable than teleportation. The Crimson Dragon complained. Then he looked around and said, Are we back? Lin Xian carefully sensed there was no aura of Emperor Xia, no aura of Emperor Baiyu, and there was a piece of immortal land above his head. This showed that they were really back. Ha ha, great, we're back, we're finally back. The Crimson Dragon looked up to the sky and laughed. Kid, hurry up and see if the things we left behind are still there. That was 3,000 dragon veins. How terrifying would it be after 100,000 years? If they could absorb it, it would definitely be a shocking fortune. Moreover, it could increase their strength. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to investigate. Suddenly, he said happily, There is one place that is very close to us. Let's go there and take a look. Lin Xian and the others moved quickly. Little White was also very happy. At this moment, the toad was still in the sword world, absorbing the power of half of the frog. It seemed that it wouldn't be able to come out in a short period of time. Nearby, there was a planet. This was a very ordinary world of stars. There weren't even quasi-emperors inside. In this world, there was a canyon. This canyon looked ordinary. However, Lin Xian had placed 1,000 dragon veins here. Moreover, he had set up a formation. I wonder what the situation here is like after 100,000 years. Lin Xian and the others landed in this world and walked towards the canyon. There was no one around the canyon. In the past 100,000 years, this world had also given birth to some powerhouses and geniuses. They also wanted to explore this canyon. However, they couldn't do it at all. There was a huge power in this canyon that could threaten them. This was the formation that Lin Xian and the others had set up back then. So at this moment, no one could discover it. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, the Crimson Dragon took a look. He said happily, The formation is still there. Its power is there, but it hasn't been broken. After Lin Xian heard this, his face was filled with joy. That means the 1,000 dragon veins should still be there. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and opened the formation. Suddenly, a vast aura appeared, and a monstrous dragon soared into the sky. The people in this world were shocked. Is it a true dragon? They were all lying on the ground. At the same time, the people in the surrounding starry sky were also shocked. In the sky, a chariot stopped. This chariot was extraordinary. At this moment, those people in the chariot were shocked. What's below? It was so mysterious. Let's go and see. The chariot immediately turned around and flew towards the world of stars below. Not long after, they came to this world. Look, there's a valley with dragon cheese soaring into the sky. Could it be that a rare treasure of heaven and earth has appeared? What a surprise! I didn't expect there to be treasures in this universe. Could it be that the treasures here are more powerful than those in the deity ground? Listening to their conversation, these people were from the deity ground. Now, the deity ground could already descend into this universe? It was incredible. The chariot rushed over quickly. He also saw Lin Xian and the other two beside him. One of the men shouted coldly, "Get out of here, you ants down there!" His voice was cold, as if it had turned into a sharp blade that was going to tear Lin Xian and the others into pieces. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned and turned his head. The next moment, he saw a chariot stop in the sky. An extremely terrifying aura came from it. Chapter 58:35. The chariot stopped in the air and glowed like a god's chariot. Several figures walked out of it. They were high above, looking down at the people below. Are you natives of this world? We're immortals in your eyes. Now that you've seen immortals, you should kneel down obediently. A cold voice came. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. The Crimson Dragon sneered. You think you can do that? You're from the deity ground, aren't you? You're not qualified to be arrogant in front of us. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. The people on the chariot were completely furious. Were these natives tired of living? They knew they were from the deity ground, but they still dared to be arrogant. It seemed that they had to be taught a lesson. A young man walked out. He was incomparably handsome. He had short hair and wore battle armor. He said, "Let me show you our strength. Next, you'll kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." His figure flashed, and he rushed out, smacking the dark red divine dragon down with a palm. The others on the chariot sneered when they saw this scene. In addition to these people from the deity ground, there were also some Zans. These people were all slaves. They came from families of various planets in the universe. They were all suppressed. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they also shook their heads and sighed. Were those people below dead or alive? How dare they fight against the people of the immortal world? They would probably die. More than that, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Someone sighed. They knew that the person who attacked was called Qin Tianshuang. He was a very cruel and cold-blooded person. Anyone who offended him would end up very miserably. You attacked me? The Crimson Dragon looked at this scene and shook his head with a sneer. He didn't dodge at all. His tail flew out. The tail was like a heavenly blade. It charged forward and collided with the opponent. A deafening sound was heard, and the laws spread. Then, Qin Tianshuang was sent flying and fell hard into the universe. He vomited a lot of blood. The people on the chariot were stunned. Was Tianshuang sent flying? That was impossible. Tianshuang was also a quasi-emperor. How could it be? How could he be sent flying so easily? This place was extremely remote in the universe. There shouldn't be any powerful beings here. The people from the celestial land were extremely shocked. Those battle servants were even more shocked. Could it be that the person below was an expert? At this moment, another man walked out. He looked at the injured man, frowned and said, "Brother, are you okay?" Then, he stared down and said, "How dare you hurt my brother? No one in the world can save you. Have you decided how you want to die? Get lost." Down below, Lin Xian frowned and shouted coldly, "If you don't want to die, disappear from my sight in 3 seconds." Right now, Shaochen wanted to obtain the peak dragon vein below. How could he have the time to fight with the other party? Brat, you dare to tell us to scram? Do you know who you are talking to? Do you know the consequences of offending us? Could it be that you think you can contend against us? Then forget it, you can't contend against us. None of you are a match for me, nor are you qualified to be my match. Brother, he is too arrogant. Please teach him a lesson. Yes, senior brother. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. The surrounding people were also discussing animatedly. Everyone's eyes fell on the tall man. The tall man was called Qin Tianhao. He was very powerful. Not only was he a quasi-emperor, but he had also become the seven-crowned king. Such strength might not be the best in the celestial land. But in the outside universe, it was extremely terrifying. Not many people were a match for him. Very well, then let me do it myself. Qin Tianhao walked out and looked down. Brat, prepare to suffer my wrath. Before he could finish his words, Lin Xian had already sent a slap flying toward him. You're courting death. Qin Tianhao roared in anger. His body exploded with unparalleled strength as he tried to block the attack. In the next instant, his arm was broken, and his entire body was sent flying. This scene happened very quickly. When the people on the war chariot came to their senses, they saw something unbelievable. What's going on? Senior brother Tianhao was actually sent flying. This is impossible. Am I dreaming? Brother. Qin Tianshuang was even more shocked. His brother was much stronger than him. But now, he couldn't fight back at all. Just how terrifying were the people below? Qin Tianhao was also terrified. In that moment, he couldn't resist at all. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Let's go. He entered the war chariot and quickly left with the people. Ha ha, idiot, get out of here. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Lin Xian didn't care about these people at all. He walked toward the canyon ahead. He was excited. He didn't know how many of the 1,000 supreme-grade dragon veins were left. On the other side, the war chariot left the planet. However, it didn't go far. Instead, it stopped. In the war chariot, the others gritted their teeth. Damn it! He's too arrogant. Senior brother, are you okay? Qin Tianhao said. I will definitely take revenge. Send a message to our elders. I remember that there should be strong people in the nearby star field. Let the elders come and kill them. Brother, I'll do it now. Cruelty appeared in Qin Tianshuang's eyes. He took out the array and hurriedly sent a voice transmission for help. In the canyon below, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and Little White finally walked in. They felt a monstrous dragon aura sweeping over. It was as if a divine dragon had been resurrected. Even a quasi-emperor would kneel on the ground under that pressure. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A powerful sword intent rushed out of his body. At the same time, he stretched out a big hand and slapped forward, slapping away all the pressure in the sky. Buzz! The Crimson Dragon also waved its dragon claws and tore the void in front of it. Finally, they saw it clearly. In front of them, there were hundreds of dragons circling between heaven and earth. Each of them was abnormally powerful. Roar! They let out a real dragon roar. Lin Xian frowned. He buried 1,000 of them. Why were there only 100 left now? However, the aura of these 100 supreme-grade dragon veins was indeed incomparably powerful. It seemed that they had absorbed a lot of power in the past 100,000 years. Although the number is less than we imagined, each of them is a supreme-grade dragon vein. Kid, we're rich. The scene here naturally attracted the attention of the people in this world. Countless people were kowtowing non-stop as they looked at the hundreds of soaring dragons. These were divine dragons. They had to worship them. In the starry sky, the eyes of the people in the war chariot turned red. These are divine dragons. These are dragons. Heavens, I can feel a powerful force. These are dragon veins, supreme-grade dragon veins. If we get them, our strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. They couldn't wait to attack now. They wanted to snatch them. The Crimson Dragon below also attacked. Its dragon claws grabbed forward. However, these hundreds of dragon veins were very powerful at this moment. They actually counterattacked. They blocked the Crimson Dragon's dragon claws. This surprised Lin Xian. Interesting. He waved his hand and sword chi surrounded the sky, sealing the entire world. He wouldn't let these hundreds of dragon veins escape. Chapter 58-36. In the next moment, he opened the sword world and put hundreds of dragon veins into the sword world. Those dragon veins fought back crazily. However, after a few punches, Lin Xian made them tremble and submit. Soon, they were put into the sword world. Seeing this scene, the people outside all went crazy. Damn it, how dare you! Damn it, this guy took them all away. Qin Tianhao's eyes were also red. He gritted his teeth and said, "Keep an eye on this kid and wait for our elders to come. We must kill him and take those dragon veins. Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and said. They were ready to change places. There was a strange phenomenon in this place. It would attract the attention of others. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others rose into the air and flew into the distance. Oh no, they were leaving. In the war chariot, Qin Tianhuang and the others' faces changed when they saw this scene. Qin Tianhao said, "You three, follow him secretly." He pointed at three of the people. These three people's movement techniques were very exquisite. Furthermore, the two of them were practicing the same immortal technique called traceless and traceless. This immortal technique was hidden in the void, and others couldn't detect it at all. Even the eight-crowned king might not be able to detect it. Therefore, it was most appropriate for these three people to follow. The three of them rose into the air and followed quietly. They didn't dare to follow too close. In front, Lin Xian and the others were flying. At this moment, he sneered, "How dare you follow me?" The Crimson Dragon also frowned and said, "Is someone following us? What exquisite footsteps! No matter how exquisite it can't hide from my eyes." Lin Xian shook his head. He waved his hand, and a sword energy pierced through heaven and earth, shattering the void behind him. The three figures were torn apart. Their faces were full of shock. Run! The three souls left their bodies and wanted to escape. At this moment, an eye of reincarnation appeared in the sky. From inside, a pair of hands reached out. This was the hand of the heavenly Tao. It directly shattered the three souls. This process was an instant kill. These three people were no match for him at all. In the rear chariot, Qin Tianhao's expression changed. "What's going on?" The three of them were dead. When the others heard this, they were also shocked. How could this be? Could it be that he had been discovered? However, their movement techniques were all so exquisite. Damn it, we underestimated him. Brother, what should we do? Qin Tianhuang's expression also changed greatly. If the other party escaped, in the vast universe, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him. Qin Tianhao also frowned. To be honest, he did not have any good ideas. However, at that moment, his face lit up with joy. The reason for that was because he could sense a powerful aura rapidly descending. In an instant, he saw an old man appear before them. "Greetings, elder." These people quickly knelt on the ground. "Tianhao, what's the matter?" It had actually sent out a distress signal. Elder Qin asked with a frown. Qin Tianhao said quickly, "Elder Qin, you came at the right time. Previously, 100 dragon veins had been taken away by someone." He recounted what had happened previously. And he especially said that those 100 dragon veins were supreme-grade dragon veins. It was something he had never seen before. The high grade was simply shocking. What? A supreme-grade dragon vein that he had never seen before. And 100 more? The elder's eyes instantly lit up. Where was that kid? How could he miss such a good thing? Now, Elder Qin Lihua, was already the 9-crowned king. If he could get 100 dragon veins, his strength might increase again. This way, he would be one step closer to the great emperor realm. How could he not be excited? Therefore, he had to get it. This is the place where our people died in the end. Qin Tianhao quickly told him the coordinates. After hearing this, Qin Lihua's figure flashed and disappeared. Behind him, those people were also excited. Elder Qin had personally taken action. This was the nine-crowned king, he would definitely succeed. And they would be able to get some rewards for providing information. Even if they were given one of the 100 dragon veins, they would be able to soar. Qin Lihua soon arrived in the distant void. He saw the 3 disciples who had been killed. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. How dare you kill our Heavenly Sun sex people? You really don't know what death is. 2 terrifying flames shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. In the next instant, it turned into a stream of light and quickly chased over. Lin Xian, who was rushing ahead, frowned again. He stopped. In the next instant, the void in front of him shattered, and an old man walked out. Was there someone who didn't know what death was and came to attack? The Crimson Dragon sneered. You must be here to die. It should be you, right? You dare to kill our Heavenly Sun sex people? Kneel down and accept your death. Elder, why are you wasting words with him? Just take him down and beat him to death. There were 3 middle-aged men behind Qin Lihua. These 3 middle-aged men had very strong auras. They were all 8 crowned kings. They eyed them covetously. To be honest, they didn't put these people in their eyes at all. Their Heavenly Sun sect was very strong. It was one of the sects under Higan. They were high and mighty. Rosalong, Little White, I'll leave these 3 to you, Lin Xian said. It shouldn't be a problem for these 2 guys to join forces. The Crimson Dragon said, don't worry. Although I'm an 8-crowned king, my array skills are not to be trifled with. Little White picked up its little gourd and said, no problem. How dare these 2 demonic beasts fight against us? How dare they? Elder, let us attack. The 3 people behind them walked out. They reached out their big hands and grabbed the Crimson Dragon and Little White. They wanted to capture them first, and then torture them to death. The 3 big flaming hands covered the sky and the earth. The flames on them were extremely terrifying. Even the other 8 crowned kings wouldn't be able to resist. However, Little White wasn't afraid. It patted the gourd with its little paw. It said, baby, please turn around. The green-skinned gourd cracked open, and a flying sword cut through the void. With a flash of light, 8 crowned kings' head flew into the air. His soul had been destroyed in an instant. His eyes were wide open as he fell in the void. Even in death, he couldn't believe that he would be killed by a little monkey. How was that possible? The expressions of the 2 people beside him changed drastically. This monkey was so powerful. Hurry up and kill them, they roared angrily. Terrifying battle armor appeared on their bodies, and terrifying flaming swords appeared in their hands. Immortal technique, sword slashing 8 Baron. The biting cold sword light covered the sky and earth. Little White appeared and disappeared mysteriously. It didn't use the greenskin gourd, but its little paw patted the 2 people's heads. The 2 people were stunned for a second. At this time, the Crimson Dragon's array formation had formed. Apocalyptic Thunder Dragon Array. 9 thunder dragons appeared between heaven and earth. They roared at the sky and struck down destructive lightning. It enveloped the 2 8-crowned kings. The 2 8-crowned kings had just woken up from their dizziness when the terrifying lightning power pierced through them. They cried out miserably, no, Elder, save me. The 2 of them were really shocked. They didn't expect the strength of these 2 ants to be so terrifying. They were able to threaten their lives. Behind them, Qin Lihua's expression also changed when he saw this scene. What a terrifying array formation. What level was this array formation at? He snorted coldly. His palm was like a knife, slashing forward. At the same time, he shouted coldly, stop! Chapter 58-37. In the distance, there was an angry roar. However, it was useless. Lin Xian stretched out his golden hand and grabbed the opponent's hand blade. He said coldly, your opponent is me. Damn it! Qin Lihua roared. But at this time, there were two screams in front of him. The two eight-crowned kings had been killed. They had been killed by Lei Long. Damn it, you actually dared to kill my subordinates. Qin Lihua was completely enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, flames engulfed Star City. The sea of fire directly enveloped Lin Xian. Where Lin Xian was, the void shattered and turned into flames. Stupid ant. Even the nine-crowned king didn't dare to touch this leaf fire. Not to mention a small ant like you. In the distant war chariot, Qin Tianhao and the others saw this scene and laughed. Ha ha ha, this kid is dead for sure. Yes, although he is strong, he is still the eight-crowned king. How is this possible? He is the nine-crowned king's opponent. Under this attack, his soul will be destroyed. Wait, what is that? Qin Tianshuang suddenly pointed at the figure in the flames. The others were puzzled and turned to look. Soon they were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They saw a figure walk out of the sea of fire. This person also had golden flames dancing on his body. He was like a god of fire, stepping on the sea of fire. How is this possible? Qin Tianshuang exclaimed. It's that kid. He didn't die. Impossible? Qin Tianhao also went crazy. How terrifying was the elder's strength? How was it possible that this brat could withstand it? What were the flames on his body? Is this all you've got? Lin Xian walked out of the flames and shook his head. Qin Lihua was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe that the other party was still alive. Damn it, the Li Heaven Cauldron. He formed a hand seal. Flames jumped between heaven and earth. Endlessly fire formed a huge cauldron. This cauldron shone brightly. It stood in the void, suppressing everything. Then, it fell down fiercely. Great, it's an immortal technique. It's our heavenly sun sect's immortal technique. Elder Qin was angry. The people on the war chariot were incomparably happy. Brat, this battle is over. Elder Qin sneered. Lin Xian also frowned. You do have some strength. This immortal technique is very powerful. But you're right, it's time to end it. Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed at the void. You still dare to go against me? Idiot. Elder Qin sneered. In the next instant, a heaven-shaking sound rang out. The immortal slaying sword slammed into the fleeting flame cauldron, causing a crack to appear on it. Then, it was split apart by a sword. How could this be? Qin Lihua screamed crazily as panic appeared on his face. This was his ultimate immortal art. In the next instant, he screamed again. One of his arms had been chopped off, and blood splattered everywhere. That pain almost drove him crazy. Not good, he had kicked an iron plate. He knew that he had underestimated the young man in front of him. The young man's strength was above his own. Damn it, were his disciples all trash? They hadn't even figured out the situation and had sent him to kill them. The people above were also scared out of their wits. Even Elder Qin Lihua was injured? They felt hopeless, as if the sky was about to collapse. But at this moment, two more voices came from afar. What's the matter? Hearing this, Elder Qin's face lit up. He said, I'm here, help me. Two figures descended from the sky. These two figures were also extremely powerful. They were the nine-crowned king. One of them was an elder wearing a robe very similar to Qin Lihua's. He was also an elder of the Sky Sun sect. The other person was a tall, mighty, and handsome man. He wore battle armor and had dragon scales on his hands. He was actually a dragon general. The fourth dragon general. A member of the dragon race. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. The Crimson Dragon also walked over and said, Brat, I think they're from the Thousand Dragon Court. I didn't expect them to team up. Qin Lihua quickly recovered from his injuries. At the same time, he said, This brat is very strange. But according to the information we received, he has hundreds of supreme-grade spirit meridians. Each of them is world-shaking. After hearing this, the fourth dragon general's eyes shone with a sharp light. Their dragon race needed supreme-grade spirit meridians more than anyone else. He stared at Lin Xian and said, "Brat, hand them over." His tone was unquestionable. Lin Xian asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Listen, I am the 4th Dragon General under the Dragon Emperor. My strength isn't something you can challenge. Submit to me obediently." He was indeed a Dragon General. Lin Xian's face turned even colder. Qin Lihua stood out again and said, "Brat, we're from the Sky Sun Sect. The Sky Sun Sect is a sect under the Otherworld Heavenly King. Can you fight against us? If we stomp our feet, the entire universe will shatter." People from the Otherworld Heavenly King. After hearing this, Lin Xian was even angrier. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at the 4th Dragon General and said, "How dare you team up with the Otherworld Heavenly King? Do you want to die?" How could Lin Xian not be angry? He had just returned from 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago, Ten-Crowned King, the strongest of the dragon race, had been killed by the Otherworld Heavenly King. He had died right in front of him. Back then, when he only cared about death, he had warned him that the Dragon Clan would never surrender. Now, not long after, the Dragon General had teamed up with the Otherworld Heavenly King. Unforgivable. "Brat, how dare you threaten me?" The 4th Dragon General's face darkened. Qin Lihua sneered and said, "Brat, what do you know? The Dragon Queen is now in charge of the dragon race. She has teamed up with the Otherworld Heavenly King. How can you fight against us? It's the Dragon Queen." Lin Xian was filled with murderous intent. The Dragon Queen was Long Yu. 100,000 years ago, Lin Xian had hated Long Yu. This woman was arrogant and proud. Although she was strong, she wasn't the best. If not for the fact that she was a dragon, he would have died 10,000 times over. He hadn't expected her to team up with the Otherworld Heavenly King. Didn't she know about the dragon race's hatred? 100,000 years ago, when the Dragon Clan's Ten-Crowned King died, Long Yu was also present. Unforgivable. None of you can be forgiven. Lin Xian was thoroughly enraged. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Don't challenge the patience of a 9-crowned king." The 4th Dragon General walked out, a terrifying dragon Dao aura erupting from his body. You don't deserve to be a dragon. Long Yu doesn't deserve to rule the dragon race." Lin Xian's voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading across the place. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed. The 4th Dragon General's expression changed. "How dare you? Do you want to die?" Terrifying light erupted from his body. A battle-axe appeared in his hand. It was a dragon head battle-axe, and he chopped it down. It split heaven and earth. Humph! Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Furious, he punched out with the 9 Suns' divine fist. Vast power turned into a sun and flew out. It hit the dragon head battle-axe with a deafening sound. The dragon head battle-axe shook violently from the impact. Even the 4th Dragon General took 2 steps back. One of his arms began to tremble. What terrifying power! Chapter 5838. No wonder you're so arrogant. I didn't expect you to have the power to challenge those above your level. However, you don't understand the true 9-crowned king. Let me tell you my true strength. The 4th Dragon General roared into the sky. Dragon blood appeared on his body, and the immortal chi seed between his eyebrows kept erupting. Then, he raised his battle axe high. There were terrifying lightning flashing on the battle axe, and it actually connected to the surrounding stars. Each bolt of lightning was like the Milky Way, and it slashed down fiercely with the battle axe. Slash! Lin Xian was murderous as he waved the immortal slaying sword. Heaven-defying sword technique. He slashed down mercilessly. The sword energy turned into lightning. It turned into a lightning dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, splitting heaven and earth. Puff! At this moment, A sword energy lightning dragon rushed directly onto the fourth dragon general's body. It tore his armor apart. It left 3 cracks on his body. The fourth dragon general was abnormally furious. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? Millions of dragon energy merged together. Immortal technique, heaven-shattering. The power of the axe was terrifying. The power of the axe was too terrifying. It could split dozens of worlds. When it landed on the immortal slaying sword, it also shook continuously. Lin Xian's expression became colder and colder. His heaven-defying sword technique exploded with unparalleled power. It was as if he had turned into a peerless sword god. Each sword energy was incomparably sharp and invincible. So what if the other party cut the sky in half? Between heaven and earth, there was a deafening sound. At the 11th sword, the fourth dragon general roared again. His shoulder was split open, and his dragon bones were exposed. He let out a miserable howl. At this moment, Lin Xian's fist came flying toward him. Heaven-shattering fist. Boom! Half of the fourth dragon general's body split open, and his blood dyed the universe red. This scene was extremely shocking. This was a 9-crowned king. Moreover, he was a 9-crowned king dragon general. How strong was his body? But now, he was severely injured. In the chariot behind, Qin Tianhao and the others were all dumbfounded. Even the 2 elders from the Heavenly Sun sect had extremely grave expressions on their faces. This kid was too scary. Qin Lihua said. Dao friend, how about we attack together? The fourth draconic general was an arrogant and unruly person. He would not be willing to join forces with others. That was especially true when it came to dealing with an 8-crown champion. To him, it would be a huge joke if they joined forces. But now, he had no choice but to think about this problem. He felt that he wasn't strong enough to take down the other party. Good, then let's work together. After we kill him, I will give you some of the dragon vein. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Qin Lihua and his companion had excited looks on their faces. They went up and stood on the third and third sides respectively. That's great. Behind them, Qin Tianhao and the others rejoiced again. If one 9-crowned king was not a match, then what about 3 9-crowned kings? If these 3 9-crowned kings joined forces, they could really dominate the universe. Unless a truly powerful enemy came, no one would be able to stop them. Attack! The fourth dragon general charged forward with his giant axe in hand. Every swing of the axe could split the heavens and the earth. It was much stronger than the chaos boar from before. The other 2 elders of the Heavenly Sun sect took out a terrifying flame, the fleeting flame cauldron. The other one was a flaming mirror. There seemed to be an illusion of the fire god circling inside. The 3 joined forces, unleashing endless immortal spells. Their terrifying attacks once again engulfed Lin Xian. If he was hit by this attack, he would undoubtedly die. Qin Tianhao and the others clenched their fists. They saw victory. The 3 9-crowned kings also withdrew their attacks. The fourth dragon general walked forward. In his opinion, this attack was enough to kill the other party. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and his eyes widened. He saw Lin Xian walk out of the black hole again. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword energy. You're not dead. The fourth dragon general was shocked. In the next instant, he was sent flying by a sword. Lin Xian said in a low voice. With just the 3 of you? You're still far from killing me. Has the dragon race declined to this level? And the other world heavenly king's subordinates are only SOSO. I can even kill a half-emperor of the Nirvana realm, let alone you. You're courting death. The fourth dragon general roared. The Heavenly Sun sect also roared. Arrogant! You dare kill a half-emperor of the Nirvana realm? In their opinion, Lin Xian must be bragging. But they didn't know. Lin Xian had killed half a frog 100,000 years ago. Everyone kill him. Don't hold back anymore. Qin Lihua once said. He felt infinite fear. The other 2 nodded. In the next instant, they used terrifying immortal spells. The immortal chi seed pulsed, lifting up fragments. It circled around them. A terrifying power appeared again. Lin Xian snorted. The divine flame between his eyebrows kept pulsing. The immortal qi seed in his left eye also exploded. The divine flame and immortal qi appeared on his body at the same time. How was this possible? Qin Lihua was stunned. You have two types of power. I'm not dreaming, am I? The fourth dragon general's expression also turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, You're that Lin Xian? Lin Woody. Now you know who I am. I have to say, you're really stupid. Lin Xian's sword energy shot out. The earth-shattering energy pierced through heaven and earth. Everything was cleaved apart at this moment. The fourth dragon general subconsciously retreated. He dodged the sword. To be honest, when he faced Lin Xian just now, he actually flinched a little. When he came back to his senses, he was furious. Damn it, how can I be afraid of you? Our dragon race has been frantically looking for you. We've worn out iron shoes to look for you in vain, only to find you by chance. If I kill you, everything you have will be mine. He rushed over crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand and condensed the yin-yang image in front of him. The power of yin and yang rotated and turned into a yin and yang body that rushed out. An eye of reincarnation appeared in the sky. A pair of pure white palms stretched out from within, carrying with them a pure and holy energy as they slammed down fiercely. Boom! Qin Lihua was covered by the yin-yang image. He was injured and spat out blood. The other nine-crowned king wasn't so lucky. He was directly hit by the hand of the heavenly Tao. Half of his soul was shattered and couldn't heal. He screamed in the air as if he had gone crazy. How could he be so strong? The people of the Heavenly Sun sect went crazy. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Using this opportunity, wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. The fist merged with the eye of the heavenly Tao. The aura that hung down turned into the illusion of 6 worlds that attacked the 9-crowned king. Half of the 9-crowned king's soul was shattered. Now that his strength was greatly reduced, he was instantly turned into a bloody mist. A 9-crowned king died. How could this be? Qin Lihua was terrified. He scrambled and retreated quickly. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. In the past, he knew that the 9-crowned king wouldn't die. Even in a battle of the same level, he was confident that he could escape. There was only one way to die, and that was if the emperor attacked them. But now, this kid in front of him was the 8-crowned king. Facing the 3 of them, he was able to kill the 9-crowned king. This was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 58-39. Retreat, retreat quickly. The 4th dragon general was scared out of his wits. He frantically retreated, wanting to leave. You still want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. He would never let the 4th dragon general go. He was filled with killing intent towards the dragon queen and the others. They actually dared to ally with Higan. They had gone against the dragon race. The dragon race did not deserve to be in their hands. He wanted to take it back. He wanted to regain control of the dragon race. Today, he would be the first to take down the 4th dragon general. Lin Xian's gaze shone on the 4th dragon general. Damn it! The 4th dragon general roared crazily. He didn't accept the challenge. Instead, he ran even faster. He soared into the clouds and turned into a streak of flowing light. Lin Xian did not give chase. Instead, he used his Rinnegan with all his might. The power of the immortal qi seed in his left eye entered his right eye. The power of the Rinnegan in his Rinnegan eye was completely unleashed. He shot out a ray of light. Reincarnation, heavenly Tao. Boom! The eye technique attack pierced through the air and landed on the 4th dragon general. The 4th dragon general's soul shook. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. Damn it, how was this possible? He roared in horror. His opponent's eye technique was too terrifying. Ah! He roared, creating countless clones that flew in all directions. He wanted to escape. He realized that his opponent had become incomparably terrifying. He was no match for him. He wanted to inform the Dragon Queen to kill him as soon as possible. Slash. The Qianquan sword, the universe, everything was a sword. The surrounding starlight turned into a sword formation. It covered the sky and the earth, killing the clones. It pierced through all the clones. The fourth dragon general's body was also hit by a few rays of sword chi. He was sent flying again. Many of the dragon scales on his body fell off. The sky was filled with blood, turning into a rain of blood. He screamed as he fell to the ground. Damn it, how could this be? The fourth dragon general was going crazy. He was seriously injured again. I'll kill you! At this moment, the fourth dragon general burned his bloodline and immortal item shards. The flames on his body danced. The dragon spear in his hand turned into one. He became one with the spear and attacked again. The power this time was truly too strong. Even if it was the nine-crowned king, he would have to temporarily avoid the brunt of it. One with the spear? Humph, your cultivation level is not high enough. Watch me kill you. Lin Xian took out the immortal exterminating sword. His entire being seemed to have become one with the divine sword. It transformed into a beam of light that instantly destroyed the entire universe. Endless cracks appeared in the sky. The eyes of the fourth dragon general widened. He was split in half and fell into a pool of blood. He was dead. Countless people were terrified. Inside the war chariot, the people from the Heavenly Sun sect were trembling in fear. Run, run quickly. But it was too late. Suddenly, they realized that their war chariots had been sealed. What's going on? Elder, save me. However, Qin Lihua didn't interfere at all. Instead, they caused the war chariot to break apart. Terrifyingly, flames appeared on those people's bodies, turning into great Tao symbols one after another, sweeping across the 8 desolations. Qin Lihua said, "Use your lives to help me stop him. I will avenge you in the future." No. Qin Wushuang, Qin Tianhao, and the others all roared crazily. Their elder had actually abandoned them. With unwillingness and despair, they were controlled and transformed into a great Tao of fire that charged towards Lin Xian. Instantly, it engulfed the place where Lin Xian was. This time, he should be dead. Qin Lihua fled into the distance and sneered. However, at this moment, a flaming palm covered the sky and tore apart the Li flames. Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine body and walked out. Qin Lihua was so scared that he almost fainted. Fortunately, he escaped far away. Therefore, in a few flashes he disappeared. This person was too terrifying. He ran away? The Crimson Dragon also gritted his teeth and said, "Should we chase after him?" Lin Xian shook his head. "He's nothing to be afraid of. Let's do our business first and clean up the battlefield. Then, we'll absorb the remaining 100 dragon veins." The storage rings of those who had died were all collected by Lin Fan. The body of the fourth dragon general was also taken away by the Crimson Dragon. It wanted to devour the other party's dragon blood. After doing this, Lin Xian waved his hand and left with the Crimson Dragon and Little White. Next, they entered the Sword World. At this moment, the Sword World was extremely mysterious and unchanging. On the side, the toad screamed crazily. He was sucking out the power of half a frog. This was the power of a great emperor. It was very painful to absorb it, hovering between life and death. However, he didn't give up at all. After the Crimson Dragon finished watching, he also sighed. This is the toad's only chance. If he wants to become a great emperor, this is the only chance. Otherwise, with his talent, he won't be able to become a great emperor. Where is Ben Huang's chance? The Crimson Dragon also sighed. In an era, only one great emperor could be born. Don't look at how many great emperors appeared now. However, this was a gathering of hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of great emperors. That was why there were so many of them. In the era that Lin Xian was in, who would become the new great emperor? The dragon said. The immortal land has descended, and the heavenly Tao has changed. In this era, there might be more than one great emperor. Of course, the new great emperor of this era, so everyone had a chance. But even so, the chances were very slim. Alright, Rosalong, don't think too much. Hurry up and absorb these dragon veins. Lin Xian waved his hand, and hundreds of dragon veins appeared on the other side of the sword world. Then they walked in and began to absorb. Lin Xian wanted to use this opportunity to break through and become the nine-crowned king. The Crimson Dragon also wanted to use this opportunity to break through and become the eight-crowned king. Not only the two of them, Little White also walked in, and even the great dragon sword spirit rushed in. These dragon veins were also very important to him, as they could revive him again. In the vast universe, a figure quickly escaped. His hair was disheveled and his expression was terrified. Wherever he passed, some of the world's strong cultivators felt their hair stand on end. After he finished reading, his scalp went numb. Heavens, why was it him? Why was he so terrified? Could it be that he was injured? The young disciples asked. Master, who is he? Master Grandpa, is this person very powerful? The quasi-emperors said. Lower your voice, don't let him hear you. He was from the immortal land, and he had a high and mighty heart. What? So powerful? The young disciples stared with their eyes wide open as their bodies began to tremble. Previously, they could enter the immortal land, as long as they could withstand the pressure. Moreover, the people of the immortal land could not come out. So, they were still very safe. But now, it was different. The people of the immortal land seemed to be able to come out, so these people who came out swept the world and subdued many people. As for these people in the universe, they were either killed or surrendered and became slaves. It could be said that it was very miserable. Some of the top families might be able to resist for a while. Of course, it was only a temporary resistance. Because the immortal land was too terrifying, and it was said that there was more than one great emperor inside. If such a person made a move, who in the universe could fight against him? The immortal chi fragments on this old man were so terrifying. Obviously, he was from the immortal land, and he was an elite of the immortal land. But why was he in such a sorry state? Who was the one who injured the other party? They did not know. Qin Lihua's expression was very ugly. This time, he quickly fled back to the immortal land. He came to a city in the immortal land. This was the territory of the Heavenly Sun sect. After entering, the people of the Heavenly Sun sect were stunned. Elder, you're injured. Who injured you? Chapter 5840. The people from the Heavenly Sun sect all went crazy. Their elder was the nine-crowned king. He was high above and his celestial techniques were amazing. Who could injure him? It was a despicable kid. A young man? Everyone was even more shocked. The other elders also walked over. Qin Lihua said. He seemed to be called Lin Woody. So it was him. Someone frowned. He said, We have heard of old Zhang. He is a top genius in the universe below. He has the potential to become an emperor. But he has disappeared for a long time. Who would have thought that he would appear again? Qin Lihua said. This person is very strong. He is able to kill the nine-crowned king with the strength of the eight-crowned king. We can't let him continue growing. Otherwise, he will be a huge threat to us. When the others heard this, a sharp killing intent appeared in their eyes. Let's kill him. Qin Lihua shook his head. No, we won't. Let the dragon race do it. Isn't the dragon race working with us now? Moreover, a dragon general of the dragon race died in his hands. I want the dragon race to kill him with a borrowed knife. Of course, we will also send some people. I think that kid has many treasures. After killing him, we will share these treasures with the dragon race. After speaking, Qin Lihua entered the depths of the city. He used the power of heaven and earth to recover. A few days later he came out. After finding 2 elders, the 3 of them walked towards the place where the dragon clan was located. Near this city, there was another city. The dragon energy there was strong. It was the territory of the dragon race. The dragon queen was here too. Because both sides were working together, Qin Lihua and the others weren't stopped at all. Instead, they were respectfully invited in. After entering, Qin Lihua put on a sorrowful expression. He said, "Dragon Queen, I am guilty. I didn't take good care of you." He actually started to cry. The 2 elders were stunned. They didn't expect Elder Qin's acting to be so good. When he was in their sect, he acted like he was scheming and wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. Now that he became a good person. Of course, they wouldn't say anything. They also put on sorrowful expressions. The Dragon Queen frowned. "What's going on? Get up and speak. I don't blame you." However, Elder Qin said, "No, it's my fault." He explained everything that had happened before. Then he said, "I was careless. I didn't expect that kid to be so powerful." The 4th Dragon General was killed. What? The Dragon Queen was completely enraged after hearing this. She suddenly stood up, and a cold, murderous intent appeared on her delicate face. A terrifying dragon roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. At the same time, the other experts of the dragon clan in the hall were enraged. "You said the 4th Dragon General is dead?" This was impossible. The 4th Dragon General was the 9-crowned king. Who could kill him? Countless eyes were fixed on Qin Lihua. "I don't know this person either. We were searching together with the 4th Dragon General. He discovered that the kid had over 100 peak grade dragon veins, so he wanted to snatch them. That brat is only an 8-crowned king. We thought he was an ant, but we didn't expect him to be so strong. However, I heard the 4th Dragon General call him Lin Wudi." "What?" "It's actually him." The people in the main hall of the dragon clan gasped. The Dragon Queen's face darkened. Her face was pale with anger, and her body was trembling slightly. Damn it, it's Lin Wudi again. She was going crazy with anger. Lin Wudi had killed her son and many of her generals. Now, even the 4th Dragon General had died in his hands? This is unforgivable. Previously, I had been looking for strength to improve myself and Brother Tian. I didn't have time to bother with him. Now, he's going too far. There's no need for him to exist anymore. The divine union that he built doesn't need to exist anymore. I want him to know the consequences of offending me." The Dragon Queen's anger shook the heavens and earth. Everyone prostrated themselves on the ground. "Dragon Queen, please let me take action." Instantly, experts walked out, filled with murderous intent. The Dragon Queen said, "Don't worry, you will have the chance to take action. This time, not only would she destroy Lin Wudi, but she would also destroy his divine union." Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Previously, she had been targeted by the ancient emperor and had engaged in a great battle. The Bone Emperor was a true great emperor. Even though she was the Dragon Queen and had an extreme weapon, she was no match for him. Therefore, she had been hunted down. Later on, she had sought cooperation with Higgin. She had really found a possibility of cooperation. Higgin had stepped in and helped her resolve the crisis. After that, she had started to work together with Higgin. However, she had not expected that not long after, someone would ruthlessly slap her face. Moreover, it was her old enemy. This time, she could not tolerate it anymore. The 1st Dragon General. The Dragon Queen sat on the throne again and spoke in a deep voice. In the hall below, a tall man walked out and knelt on one knee. "I'm here. I order you to bring people to the Divine Union and destroy it." "I'll obey." The 1st Dragon General stood up, his eyes shining with a piercing cold light. The Dragon Queen nodded. She was very confident in the 1st Dragon General. The 1st Dragon General was currently the strongest subordinate under her. Of course, there was also the Heir General. However, he had gone to search for Long Xiaotian's whereabouts and was not here at the moment. Therefore, she had sent the 1st Dragon General, The first dragon general was enough to sweep through everything. Of course, she still had to be wary of Lin Wudy. She knew that Lin Wudy had many trump cards. Therefore, she looked at Qin Lihua and said, "Is the Heavenly Sun sect planning to stand by and do nothing?" Qin Lihua said, "Of course not. We will go together and contribute our strength." "All right, let's go then. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Destroy them for me. I'll wait for news of your victory." The Dragon Queen waved her hand. The first Dragon General turned and left with his men. Qin Lihua and the rest did the same. They cupped their fists and bade farewell. The group reorganized themselves and then charged into the universe below. After leaving the Dragon City, the first Dragon General stared at Qin Lihua. He said, "Tell me everything that happened in detail. Don't leave out a single detail." His tone was like an order, causing the people from the Heavenly Sun sect to frown. Qin Lihua was also unhappy. However, he did not say anything. This was because he could sense that the first Dragon General was very strong and above him. He was much stronger than the fourth Dragon General. He could only tell him what had happened previously. When the first Dragon General heard about 100 Supreme Grade Spirit Veins, he asked, "Did I see wrongly? They are definitely Supreme Grade Dragon Veins. All right, kill him and bring back the Supreme Grade Dragon Veins. He doesn't deserve them." Qin Lihua was filled with killing intent. However, Qin Lihua said, "The universe below is vast. If he wants to hide, we won't be able to do anything." The first Dragon General smiled. "You don't have to worry about this. Lin Wudy is a person who values relationships. If the divine union that he created was destroyed, he would not sit by and do nothing. Therefore, we just have to destroy the divine union." Chapter 58-41. After these people left, a figure was sneaking around in the royal court. He stared into the distance and sighed, feeling incomparably anxious. After a while, he took out a voice transmission talisman and said a few words. The voice transmission talisman turned into light and disappeared. In the vast universe, the hidden Emperor Star. At this moment, the hidden Emperor Star was becoming more and more mysterious. Many quasi-emperors appeared. Some of the great emperor clans had already left. Even the primes of the Forbidden Lands had left. However, there were still some great emperor tombs buried here that had yet to be opened. The strength of the cultivators who stayed on the hidden Emperor Star increased greatly. There were even some people who returned from the celestial land, preparing to develop on the hidden Emperor Star. They established their own sections. However, on this day, a group of uninvited guests appeared on the hidden Emperor Star. After this group of people arrived, they stood there like gods. A terrifying pressure swept over. The hidden Emperor Star immediately shook. Many cracks appeared in the void, and the mountains and rivers below collapsed. What happened? The sects and clans on the hidden Emperor Star all looked up. Their faces were filled with fear. Some quasi-emperors soared into the sky. "What happened to the Patriarch?" they asked. The quasi-emperors looked carefully. Then, their expressions changed. "Not good, experts have arrived." It was a quasi-emperor. Could it be that the Patriarch couldn't defeat them? The disciples asked. As for the patriarchs, they respectfully knelt in the void. "We greet the Nine-Crowned King." "What? The Nine-Crowned King?" When the other cultivators on the hidden Emperor Star heard this, their scalps went numb. They also knelt on the ground with the Patriarch. They now knew that quasi-emperors were divided into different ranks. Ordinary quasi-emperors were the 5 crowned kings. However, the most powerful quasi-emperors were the 9 crowned kings. After that, they would be great emperors. So now that the 9 crowned king had arrived, how could they not be shocked? The 9 crowned king could kill them with a single glance. The patriarchs of the ancient clans were incomparably terrified. They felt that there was more than one 9 crowned king's aura. What were these people doing here? Could it be that they wanted to attack the tombs of great emperors? The faces of the cultivators of the martial monarch clans who had stayed behind turned pale. The hidden emperor star had several ancient tombs of great emperors. Apart from the tomb of the dragon emperor, there were a few tombs of martial monarchs that had yet to be opened. Were these people finally going to make a move? These martial monarch clans could not sit back and do nothing. They immediately sent out their experts. Greetings, fellow cultivators. May I know where you are from in the deity ground? We're from the Heavenly Sun sect in the depths of the celestial land. Qinlihua stood out. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking high and mighty. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Heavenly Sun sect. May I know why fellow Taoist has come? The people from the great emperor clan stood together, as if they were facing a great enemy. Because the tomb of their great emperor was right here. Don't worry, Qinlihua said. We are not here for the great emperor's tomb, but for one person. Alone? The experts of the great emperor clans were stunned. For whom? Who had such great magic power? You must have heard of Lin Wudi. The members of the great emperor clan gasped. How could they not know? Back then, Lin Wudi was invincible. He had suppressed the younger generation of the hidden emperor star to the point that they could not raise their heads. In fact, there were not many people in the universe who could be his opponent. Later on, when the deity ground descended, many experts appeared. Lin Wudi had already entered the deity ground to look for opportunities. However, there was no news of him now. These people were here for Lin Wudi. Could it be that Lin Wudi had caused a great disaster in the deity ground? The Yi family said. Oh, fellow cultivator, Lin Wudi left the hidden emperor star long ago. We don't know where he is now. We don't know where Lin Wudi is, but do you know where the divine union is? The pupils of the Yi family's people shrank. These people were going to make a move on the divine union. The other great emperor clans also frowned. At this moment, a voice was heard. No need to ask them. I know where he is. Behind Qinlihua, among the countless experts, another figure walked out. Qinlihua lowered his head slightly. The people of the great emperor clans were also on high alert. They could feel that the person who came out was even stronger. Who was it? In the next instant, they saw a tall man in armor. He looked extraordinarily mighty. He had dragon scales on his body. He was a member of the dragon clan. Heavens, when did the dragon clan have such an expert? Countless people were shocked. The pupils of the great emperor clan shrank. It seemed like an ancient expert of the dragon clan had been resurrected. Their great emperor clans also had some ancient experts who had been resurrected. Some were tens of thousands of years old, some were even more ancient, and some were more than 100,000 years old. However, these people who had been resurrected had entered the deity ground and had not returned yet. They had not expected that the ancient experts of the dragon clan would actually return. Greetings, senior. The people of the great emperor clans quickly bowed. The first dragon general glanced at these people and said, I heard that your clans all have great emperor ancient scriptures. I wonder how magical they are. Now let some of the younger generation spar with you. He waved his hand and a few young people from the dragon clan walked out. At the same time, the Heavenly Sun sect's eyes lit up and they also sent out some young experts. They also wanted to see what kind of exquisite techniques these great emperor clans had. The people of the great emperor clans also had strange expressions on their faces. They did not know what these people were planning to do. In fact, they did not know that the first dragon general was full of confidence and was determined to win. Therefore, he wanted to see how the other great emperor clans were doing. If they were too weak, then after destroying the Divine Union and Lin Wudi, he could make a move on these great emperor clans. It would be great if he could snatch a few more great emperor ancient scriptures. Following that, one battle after another took place. The result shocked the people on the hidden emperor star. The people of the great emperor clans were all defeated. Heavens, the people from the deity land were too terrifying. They were simply undefeatable. They were in despair. There were also some experts who had returned from the deity ground. They were also terrified. They warned them not to challenge anymore. These people had extraordinary origins. Even in the deity ground, they were extremely terrifying. They came from the depths of the deity ground and were high and mighty immortals. It was really disappointing. The great emperor clans were just SOSO. The first dragon general shook his head and sneered. The people of the great emperor clans had ugly expressions on their faces. The Yi clan, Gu clan, Qilin clan, and Phoenix clan were all gnashing their teeth. However, they were powerless to refute. This was because the elite experts of their clans had all entered the deity ground to seek opportunities. Although there were quasi-emperors who stayed here, their strength was definitely not the best. Now that they had been defeated, they were really not willing to accept it. Alright, this was the end. The first dragon general had already grasped the strength of these people. They were just SOSO. When the time came, he would destroy the divine union. He would also take a look at a few ancient scriptures. If these people dared to resist, he would not mind destroying the great emperor clans together. Chapter 58-42. Everyone says that the hidden Emperor Star is extremely mysterious. I thought that there were countless experts. But now, I'm really disappointed. The first dragon general shook his head and sneered. Damn it! Yi family, Gu family, and the other great emperor families gritted their teeth. Were they being looked down upon? The first dragon general said. I heard that Lin Wudy came from the hidden Emperor Star. I'm going to meet him. Let's go to the Divine Union. The first dragon general led his people towards the city gate. Qin Lihua and the others laughed. They were here to seek revenge. However, the first dragon general said that it was a challenge. It seemed that the dragon race was also concerned about their reputation. It seemed that the dragon race was very ambitious. They were indeed looking for Lin Wudy. However, Lin Wudy shouldn't be in the buried Earth Star now. After these people left, the people of the Yi family and the Phoenix clan frowned. The news spread quickly. In an instant, the entire hidden Emperor Star was shocked. Did the Immortal Lands experts come? Were they going to sweep the place? Were they going to challenge the strongest experts? It was too shocking. Suddenly, many people headed towards the Divine Union. The Divine Union naturally felt the arrival of the experts. However, they didn't care at first because they didn't know that they were coming for them. However, at this moment, a voice transmission talisman appeared in the Divine Union's main hall. When Fu Hongye saw the voice transmission talisman, she immediately picked it up. Some information came from it. What's wrong? Shangguan Shaoxian asked. Fu Hongye said. The news came from the dragon race. Is it Senior Hellfire Dragon? Nailin Liang also walked over. They knew that the Hellfire Dragon had disguised himself as the sixth dragon general, and was hiding in the dragon race. However, the Hellfire Dragon seemed to have gone out on a mission. However, the Hellfire Dragon took in a disciple in the dragon race, and he told us secretly. The first dragon general of the dragon race is cooperating with the Immortal Land's powerful families to attack the Divine Union. When these words came out, the Divine Union people's faces changed. The situation was dangerous. Now Lin Xian wasn't here. Murong Qingqing, Yan Ryu, and the others weren't here either. If a fight broke out, would the Divine Union be able to stop it? Activate the defensive array. At the same time, send a message to the young martial uncle and the others. Fu Hongye said. Soon, the array formation of the Divine Union was activated. The members of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief when they sensed the power of the array formation. This array was set up by the Crimson Dragon, so it should be able to withstand the attack of the ancestral immortal soil. The first dragon general and the others arrived near the Divine Union. They squinted as they looked at the city gates and the flickering array formation. Did you get the news? However, do you really think that you can contend against me just because you've activated the formation? Let's do it, and open the formation. The first dragon general waved his hand and said. After the people at the back received the news, they all took action. There were experts from the Dragon Clan and experts from the Heavenly Sun sect. They unleashed vast immortal spells, and terrifying power swept through the world. Chen Meng suffered a violent attack and started to sway rapidly. However, the Divine Union's array formation was also extremely exquisite as it emitted a terrifying glow. A monstrous aura swept out to resist. An earth-shattering collision rang out, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. Everyone on planet Tibetan started to tremble. Had he really attacked the Divine Union? A few of the Divine Union's array formations were instantly shattered. Fortunately, they had more array formations, so they weren't broken for the time being. Even so, the people in the Divine Union had ugly expressions on their faces. Fu Hongya walked over and said in a low voice, "Dragon Clan, you guys are too much. Aren't you afraid of our young martial uncle?" Nalan Liang snorted coldly. "Our leader is Lin Wudi. If you dare to attack us, you'll have to bear the wrath of our alliance leader. This time, we're here to look for Lin Wudi." Qin Lihua walked out and said coldly, "Where is that kid? Get him out here. If he doesn't come out, I'll kill all of you first." "Do it now!" Qin Lihua roared. The people from the Heavenly Sun sect attacked crazily, causing the array formation to shake continuously. The people inside the array formation also felt their blood boil. This wouldn't do. If this continued, the array formation would break soon. The other spectators shook their heads and sighed when they saw this scene. This time, the Divine Union was really in danger. Even the Yi family and the Phoenix clan were powerless. After all, their top experts weren't on the Tibetan Emperor Star. If they went out now, they would probably be killed instantly. They wondered where Lin Gongzi was. The people from the Phoenix clan frowned, hoping that he would be able to rush over. They had already sent a message to Murong Qingqing. However, Murong Qingqing was currently looking for opportunities in the Celestial Land. It would take a long time for him to return. By the time he returned, the Divine Union would probably have been destroyed. Experts from the Celestial Land? You guys are too much. Let's have a taste of it. In the sky, two old voices rang out. Countless people turned their heads. Who would dare to make a move at this time? Who was it? Even the people from the Divine Union exclaimed. Fantasy World Ancestor and Savage Wilderness Ancestor. That's right. They saw the two ancestors walk out. Now, Fantasy World Ancestor and Savage Wilderness Ancestor had both become boundary emperors. Their strength had become much stronger than before. After the two of them came out together, they stared ahead. Just the two of you. The first dragon general was disdainful. He looked at Qin Lihua and said, "Make your move." Qin Lihua's face was cold. If they dared to make a move against Lin Wudi at this time, it meant that their relationship with Lin Wudi was extraordinary. Previously, he had almost been killed by Lin Xian and had fled like a stray dog. Today, he would definitely return this grudge. "Elder, let me make a move!" Behind him, an expert from the Heavenly Sun sect said. Qin Lihua shook his head. "I'll make a move myself." He walked out and said coldly, "Bring out your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. I'll go first." The Savage Wilderness Ancestor walked out. His figure was huge, and he crushed the void. The stars under his feet disappeared. He took out the Savage Wilderness Giant Axe and slashed it forward. The spectators exclaimed. The Savage Wilderness Ancestor was too terrifying. This attack was enough to shatter a person's soul. The terrifying attack was aimed at Qin Lihua. Hope rose in everyone's heart. The people from the Divine Union watched nervously. However, Qin Lihua clapped his hands disdainfully. The giant axe shattered and one of the Savage Wilderness Ancestor's arms turned into a bloody mist. The Savage Wilderness Ancestor was sent flying and vomited blood. What? He had lost. He had lost so thoroughly. How could this be? The people from the Divine Union went crazy. The people from the Tibetan Earth Star also gasped. The savage wilderness ancestor was now a boundary emperor. He was strong and his body was terrifying. But now, he had been defeated so easily? Old friend, how are you? Fantasy World Ancestor asked anxiously. He rushed over and supported the savage wilderness ancestor. The savage wilderness ancestor's face was pale and his body was covered in blood. He said, "This person is too terrifying. You must be careful." Chapter 58-43. The Fantasy World Patriarch took a deep breath. He could feel the immense pressure. However, he would not give in. He walked forward. Fantasy Heaven Divine Eye. At a glance, the world changed as if it was the end of the world. Everyone's soul seemed to have entered an illusory world. Heavens, what was this? Many people felt despair. They could be killed with just one look. This is my strongest technique. Feel it. The Fantasy World Patriarch gritted his teeth. He felt that it should be useful. The strongest illusory technique? Haha, it was really trash. At this moment, Qinlihua spoke. With a wave of his hand, the entire illusory world was split in half. The Fantasy World Patriarch flew out, his eyes bleeding as he screamed in the air. What? The Fantasy World Patriarch was defeated again? How was this possible? The Fantasy World Patriarch was so powerful. He could not resist the Soul Eye technique at all. How could he be defeated so easily? This was an instant kill. Heavens, how strong was this expert from the celestial land? At this moment, even the people from the great Emperor family felt despair. They were ants that could not withstand a single blow. Qinlihua sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back and did not attack again. These two ants were not worthy of him attacking. The two patriarchs were gravely injured. They fell into the sea of blood in a miserable state. Their eyes were filled with despair as they looked back with difficulty at the divine union below. They said, "Sorry, we don't have the ability to protect you." "No, Patriarch, don't say that. Senior, you have tried your best. It was them who bullied you. Senior, come here quickly and let the array protect you." "Senior, don't worry. When the Union leader returns, we can take revenge." The people in the Divine Union shouted crazily. Many people were crying. The two patriarchs had been seriously injured in order to help them. The others from the hidden Emperor Star were also silent. They felt a wave of pressure. The people from the celestial land were really too powerful. They were high and mighty. They wondered if they could avoid this crisis this time. Would Lin Xian return? A member of the Phoenix clan said, "If Lin Gongzi comes back, he will definitely be able to defeat the other party." That's right. Lin Gongzi was known as invincible. He had never been defeated before. Of course, there were also people who sneered. For example, the people of the Golden Crow clan laughed coldly and said, "That was before. Now that the deity ground had descended, how many experts had emerged from it? Did he still dare to call himself Invincible Lin? He must have been defeated long ago." The people of the Heavenly Sun sect sneered. What Lin would he? Was he worthy of this title? Fortunately, he didn't meet us. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The geniuses from the dragon tribe harumphed coldly. Some of them had just woken up from their deep slumber and had never seen Lin Xian before. They said, "Such a person dares to make an enemy of our dragon clan. Until now, he still didn't dare to come out. Coward." More discussions could be heard among the crowd. The members of the Divine Union gritted their teeth. Despicable. These people were really despicable. How dare he slander the Alliance Master like this? Nalan Liang said, "If the Alliance Master comes back, these people will all kneel on the ground in fear." Shangguan Shaoxian also put her palms together and prayed in her heart. "Young Uncle Master, come back quickly." However, Lin Xian didn't know about this yet. Lin Xian was in the Sword World, absorbing with all his might. In the Sword World, Hundreds of dragons soared and exuded a terrifying power. There were 4 figures in the sword world: Lin Xian, the great dragon sword soul, the crimson dragon, and Little White. Among them, the great dragon sword soul absorbed the most power. It was originally a top-notch offensive saint technique, so it absorbed the most power at the moment. Next was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was enveloped by the power of the dragon path. He could feel that his strength was increasing. This time, he could break through and become the 9-crowned king. However, he still needed some time. Given his current strength, he could kill the 9-crowned king. If he became the 9-crowned king, no one at the same level as him would be a match for him. He didn't know if he could compete with the great emperors. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. The Divine Union was in despair. The 2 patriarchs had been defeated. The Heavenly Sun sect and the Dragon tribe attacked the array again. The array was broken. It was full of cracks. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before it cracked. No. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. The powerhouses who had left the deity land hadn't returned yet. If Qing Qing or Ryu returned, they might be able to turn the situation around. It seemed like the Divine Union was in trouble. Yes, no powerhouses had returned yet. It was possible that they would be annihilated in this battle. The surrounding experts were in a heated discussion. However, at this moment, the sky changed. A powerful figure walked over. When this figure appeared, the sky and earth shook. The terrifying power caused many people to tremble. An expert had arrived. The Fantasy World Patriarch and the Savage Desolation Patriarch sucked in a breath of cold air and looked into the distance. The Dragon tribe and the Heavenly Sun sect frowned. They also felt an aura, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, an old man walked over from afar. This old man had a pair of wings on his back. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He walked very slowly. However, every step he took caused the void to melt. After a few steps, he was already nearby. Who was this person? How terrifying! The Dragon tribe was shocked. The Heavenly Sun sect was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Phoenix tribe exclaimed, "Patriarch, it's you!" The Yi family said, "Could it be the old Phoenix of the Phoenix tribe? It couldn't be, right? He was a supreme patriarch of the Phoenix tribe. Hadn't he entered the deity land long ago? Why was he here?" Discussions took place among the crowd. The great emperor clans were shocked. The Savage Desolation Patriarch and the Fantasy World Patriarch sucked in a breath of cold air. They had heard of this person before. He was very terrifying in the Phoenix tribe. Before the deity land descended, he was already a supreme expert. Now that the deity land was about to descend, he was even more unfathomable. However, wasn't he Murong Qingqing's master and guardian? Why didn't he go to the deity land with Murong Qingqing? "Who are you?" Qin Lihua asked coldly. "Are you going to meddle in our business?" "I'm Feng Tian of the Phoenix tribe," the old Phoenix said coldly. "If you want to fight with Lin Wudi, you can send a challenge letter to the universe and wait for Lin Wudi to come. What kind of ability is it to bully these young people?" The Heavenly Sun sect was furious. Qin Lihua also frowned. "You don't know what's good for you. Are you teaching us a lesson? Let's see if you're qualified. I also want to see how powerful the people in the deity land are." The old Phoenix walked out. It seemed that he was going to accept the challenge. Although he was old, his strength was extremely terrifying. He was far stronger than the Savage Desolation Patriarch and the others. Even facing Qin Lihua, the old Phoenix wasn't afraid at all. The people of the Divine Union also looked up at the sky. "This is Murong Qingqing's master. I wonder if he can withstand it?" Chapter 58-44. Boom! The old Phoenix took a step forward and a terrifying Phoenix aura swept across the land. It was as if it wanted to devour the entire world. Qin Lihua was also shaken and took 2 steps back. His expression became incomparably gloomy. The others also retreated one after another. So powerful. This old phoenix was really too terrifying. The people of the Phoenix clan laughed heartily. Who said that our hidden Emperor star doesn't have any experts? Who said that our great Emperor family doesn't have any experts? Their eyes were filled with pride. It seems like we have hope. The people of the Divine Union also cheered. Senior Phoenix, you can do it. They cheered and encouraged. Even the first Dragon General was surprised. He glanced at the old Phoenix but then shook his head. Too old, not worth my time. Interesting. Elder Qin also walked over. His expression was gloomy. You are indeed worthy of being my opponent to be able to force me to retreat. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to win this battle. Because I will make you go to hell. Qin Lihua's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He roared and his cold voice made everyone's scalp go numb. Then, he threw a punch at him. Divinely Fire Palm. The terrifying palm carried monstrous flames that swept across the void. Phoenix Fire. The old phoenix also threw out a ball of flames that turned into a fist and collided fiercely. The two of them fought fiercely, shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone became nervous. The people of the Hidden Emperor Star were excited. Could the old phoenix win? The people from the Heavenly Sun sect were also frowning. They didn't expect the Hidden Emperor Star to have such a person. It was really unexpected. However, there was also someone who sneered. It was an elder of the Heavenly Sun sect, who was also the Nine-Crowned King. He said, "Don't worry, senior brother Lihua won't lose. Just wait. Soon that old phoenix will be in despair." The two experts in front were fighting fiercely. It could be seen that the old phoenix was also the Nine-Crowned King. One had to admit that it was really shocking. Every time the two of them clashed, a shocking storm would be stirred up. They had exchanged over 100 blows. Suddenly, Qin Lihua roared angrily. He took out a divinely fire cauldron that emitted boundless light. It suddenly smashed towards the old phoenix. A phoenix sword appeared in the old phoenix's hand to block the attack. However, he was still unable to block it. He was sent flying, and half of his body was shattered. The divine blood of the phoenix dyed the 9 heavens red. He collapsed in the void. No. The people of the Phoenix clan had all gone crazy. Old ancestor. They roared crazily, their faces full of worry. The others were also shocked. Was he defeated? The people of the great Emperor clan sighed heavily. Was this the deity ground? He was really too strong. They felt a sense of despair. How could this be? The members of the Divine Union were also in despair. Even the terrifying old phoenix had been defeated. Who else could withstand it? Qin Lihua sneered and said, "The powerhouses of the great Emperor clan are only SOSO. Truly disappointing." He threw his head back and laughed. At this moment, the auras of the people from the deity land were at their peak. Qin Lihua pointed his sword forward and said in a low voice, "Linwoody, get out here." In the depths of the universe, Sword World. The voice transmission bell on Lin Xian's body started to shake. Lin Xian's brows twitched. It seemed like someone was looking for him. This bell would only ring when there was an emergency. However, he didn't check it immediately, as he had reached the most crucial point of his breakthrough. He was about to undergo the tribulation. The power in his body had already reached the level of the Nine-Crowned King. His nomological laws had also become extremely strong. Terrifying lightning bolts descended from the sky. Lin Xian let out a roar and charged towards the 9 heavens' divine thunder. He started to undergo the tribulation. As long as he could survive the tribulation, he would become the true Nine-Crowned King. Hidden Emperor Star. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. Lin Xian and the others had yet to return. However, Qin Lihua had already started to attack again. Even the first Dragon General made his move. With a palm strike, a large area of the array formation shattered. At this moment, the Divine Union shook and several cracks appeared from the inside. It looked like it was about to fall apart. Once the final array formation shattered, none of the people of the Divine Union would be a match for it. Even though the array formation was still there, many people in the Divine Union were already vomiting blood after being hit by that power. The Divine Union was finished. The people from the Golden Crow tribe sneered. The people from the Destiny Gemini tribe also snorted. They deserved it. Who asked Lin Woody to be so arrogant? The people from the Primal Chaos tribe also sighed. It seemed like no one would be able to save them today. Those who deserved to die would fight it out with them. In the Divine Union, Fu Hongye unsheathed his sword. He would rather die than submit. Shangguan Shaoxian and the others also had resolute looks on their faces. They would rather die in battle than submit. This was for the Divine Union. Fu Hongye leaped up high and looked at the people of the Divine Union. He said, "Everyone, are you willing to fight with me? Fight! Fight! Fight!" The people of the Divine Union raised their arms and cheered. They knew that they would most likely die in this battle. However, they weren't afraid. They would fight to the death and defend the dignity of the Divine Union. What a fool! In the sky, the first Dragon General was enraged when he saw this scene. How dare a bunch of ants act so arrogantly in front of him? He sent out a huge dragon and roared at the sky before smashing it down. The array formation of the Divine Union shook non-stop. The light on it dimmed and more cracks appeared. This attack sent the people of the Divine Union flying. Even Fu Hongye, Shangguan Shaoxian and the others vomited blood. This was too strong. The other party could injure them even though they were separated by the array formation. One more attack and the array formation would be broken. Then, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Lihua and the others sneered. At this moment of despair, in the depths of the Divine Union, a terrifying chill suddenly erupted from a palace hall and froze everything. The palace hall turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, the chill spread rapidly and the surrounding purgatory was completely frozen. It seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. What a cold chill! The people of the Divine Union shuddered and turned their heads around. Someone had already killed their way into the Divine Union? That wasn't right. Shangguan Shaoxian exclaimed. That's where Fairy Shueqi is. Fairy Shueqi has been in seclusion. Could she be coming out of seclusion? Many people's eyes lit up when they heard this. Fairy Shueqi was the woman of their alliance master. Previously, she had obtained a great opportunity. She had been cultivating in seclusion and hadn't gone to the deity land. However, too much time had passed and many people had forgotten. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the palace hall where Fairy Shueqi was in had changed. Could it be that Fairy Shueqi is about to appear? This chill was so terrifying that it instantly covered the entire Divine Union. Then, it swept out of the Divine Union. In an instant, the entire world was frozen. Retreat quickly. The surrounding powerhouses and great emperor clans who were watching the battle also retreated. Even the old phoenix sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying power! The people of the Sky Sun sect and the Dragon tribe were enraged. A powerful elder of the Sky Sun sect stepped forward. Courting death! He waved his hands and a terrifying flaming divine sword was formed. It slashed forward viciously. They were high and mighty. When had they ever been afraid? Let alone retreat. Chapter 58-45. Crack! The flaming divine sword was instantly sealed in ice. Not only that, but the powerhouse from the Heavenly Sun sect who had attacked was also sealed in ice and turned into an ice sculpture. This scene made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. That's too powerful. Qin Lihua's face darkened. He waved his hand and unleashed a sea of fire in an attempt to save his teammate. However, as soon as it touched the ice sculpture shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. He was dead. Qin Lihua's pupils shrank. The other people's faces also became incomparably ugly. Another powerhouse from the Heavenly Sun sect had fallen. This was unforgivable. Qin Lihua looked up and down and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Come out!" Fairy Xueqi was so powerful. The people from the Divine Union were also shocked. They were also shivering from the cold. The door of the palace in front of them slowly opened and a figure walked out. It was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. Her face was exquisite and she looked like an ice goddess. Her appearance stunned countless people. Even the powerhouses from the Dragon Tribe and the Heavenly Sun sect had red eyes. What a beautiful woman! What a cold aura! It was Fairy Xueqi. Shangguan Shaoxian and the others hurried over and told her what had happened. Xueqi nodded and said, "I understand." She looked at Qin Lihua and said, "How dare you come to the Divine Union and behave so atrociously? Are you prepared to die?" Qin Lihua took a step forward. "Are you lecturing me? Don't think that I can't bear to do anything to you just because you are beautiful. Come on up. I will let you know how big the gap is between you and us. No one in this universe is a match for the deity land." Qin Lihua walked forward. A flaming divine sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out with the sword, splitting the sky and earth. A terrifying flaming aura burst out and swept toward Xueqi. Xueqi didn't run away. Instead, she soared into the sky and faced the attack. "Fairy Xueqi, be careful. He is very powerful." Even the old phoenix reminded her out of concern. "It doesn't matter. He is still no match for me." Xueqi was very confident. She waved her hand and unleashed the 9 divine claw. A mysterious claw appeared in the void, carrying a terrifying icy aura. It shrouded the area in front of him. The flaming divine sword was instantly shattered. Qin Lihua was also injured. 5 wounds appeared on his body. The terrifying icy aura caused the blood in his body to freeze. How could he be so powerful? Qin Lihua was dumbfounded. The other experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Too powerful. They had seen how terrifying Qin Lihua was. He was able to defeat the old phoenix. This made the people of the great emperor clans despair. However, such a powerful expert had been easily defeated by Xueqi. What level has Xueqi reached? Xueqi was also surprised. She had absorbed the power of the previous generation's 9 divine body. In addition, Lin Xian had left some resources for her. She had actually cultivated the 9 divine body to such a terrifying level. To be honest, this was beyond her expectations. Soon, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "You said that the celestial land would not be defeated, but in my opinion, you are only SOSO. Damn it, you dared to underestimate me?" Qin Lihua roared. He couldn't bear it any longer. His old body instantly became huge. His palms seemed to have turned into 2 flaming divine goblets. He slammed them over. Boundless power swept out in all directions. The whole world was shaking. The clouds in the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. This was a peerless attack. However, Xueqi still didn't retreat. She formed a seal with her jade-like hands and slammed them forward. The whole world was frozen again. All the flames were enveloped and turned into ice sculptures. The 2 huge goblets were also covered in ice. They were frozen in midair. Qin Lihua kept retreating. However, he discovered that his speed had become incomparably slow. There was an icy power in the surroundings that made his body come into contact with frost. How could this be? Monstrous flames appeared on his body, but it seemed that he couldn't dissolve them. At this moment, Xueqi suddenly appeared in front of him. She slammed her palm down, and Qin Lihua was sent flying. Half of his shoulder was shattered. He was seriously injured again. Qin Lihua's hair was disheveled. He half knelt in midair. His expression became extremely ferocious. Was he defeated? He had actually been defeated by a young man? Damn it! Besides Lin Wudi, there was actually such a formidable person in the Divine Union? You have been defeated. Xueqi was as cold as ice. Her voice was bone-chilling. How could this be? Elder, are you all right? The members of the Heavenly Sun sect roared frantically as they stared at Xueqi. Qin Lihua also roared. He swallowed an elixir and forced himself to stand up. However, the first dragon general suddenly spoke up. Back down. You are not a match for him. Humph! Qin Lihua was so angry that his face turned black. He had never imagined that even the first dragon general would say this. Just as he was about to say something, the first dragon general walked over. Not bad, you're a beauty. You surprised me too. Follow me and become my woman. Damn it! Are you courting death? Below, the members of the Divine Union were furious. The first dragon general was trying to poach Lin Xian's woman. Xueqi glanced at him and shook her head slightly. You are not qualified either. Her eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. This made the first dragon general so angry that his body started to tremble. He was handsome, tall, mighty, and had a lofty status. He was the first dragon general under the Dragon Emperor. He was only below one person and above millions. His strength had reached the level of the Nine-Crowned King. Furthermore, he was an extremely formidable existence among the Nine-Crowned Kings. He wasn't worthy of her. What kind of joke was this? Originally, I had not wanted to make a move on you. However, since you are so obstinate, I will make you realize the disparity between us. I will let you know my true strength. Everyone likes heroes, and I am a hero. The first dragon general made his move. He sent out a palm strike. An incomparably vast palm swept over. It was covered with terrifying dragon scales that covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom! Boom! The ice covering the sky shattered, causing countless people to panic. The first dragon general was too frightening. He was actually even more formidable than Qin Lihua. Heavens! This was the #1 expert of the dragon race. Xueqi's expression changed drastically, and an ice storm swept out of her body. Xueqi's ice storm swept over her, bringing her away quickly to avoid this attack. In the next instant, she attacked with lightning speed. 3 ice needles flew forward. They pierced toward the first dragon general's head. Superpower ability, Ice Soul Divine Needle. These 3 divine needles were not only extremely cold, but they could also attack a person's soul. They could freeze a person's soul. It was extremely terrifying. The first dragon general's expression changed before the Ice Soul Divine Needle even reached him. He had actually underestimated this woman. With a furious roar, a dragon's soul appeared on his body. Then, he smacked the 3 Ice Soul Divine Needles away. Instantly, his expression turned gloomy. Woman, you are playing with fire. Boom! Lightning appeared under his feet as he moved at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he was in front of Xueqi. Then, he sent out a punch. 10,000 Dragon Divine Fist. Chapter 58-46. Boom! The 10,000 Dragons' Divine Fist was extremely terrifying. Xueqi's expression changed drastically. She condensed an ice shield in front of her. She used her 9 divine body to the extreme, but she was still sent flying. Xueqi retreated far away and spat out a mouthful of blood. The ice shield in front of her had already shattered. Her face turned pale. So strong! She looked at the first dragon general. Xueqi was also extremely shocked. Fairy Xueqi, Shangguan Shaoxian and the others became nervous again. Was Xueqi injured? The old Phoenix, Yi family, and Gu family were also shocked. Xueqi's strength was obvious to all of them. Being able to defeat Qin Lihua meant that she was extremely terrifying even among the 9 crowned kings. Even so, she had still been injured by the first dragon general with a single punch. Just how terrifying was this first dragon general? Could he be an undefeatable existence? The dragon race's members laughed heartily when they saw this scene. It's useless. Our first dragon general is an undefeatable existence under the Emperor. Did you see that? This is true, undefeatable. Your Lin Woody is just an ant in front of the first dragon general, a pitiful worm. The Heavenly Sun Sect's members were also watching. Qin Lihua sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, he had refused to accept the first dragon general's orders. However, he was now completely convinced. The first dragon general's strength had completely surpassed his. Even if he wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. Woman, are you going to submit now? The first dragon general looked down at Xueqi from above. Xueqi snorted coldly. Again! She stood up and unleashed the 9-yin divine claw. An extremely terrifying storm condensed into a mysterious claw. It seemed as if it had come from the depths of hell, causing people's bodies to tremble. It was useless. The first dragon general unleashed the 10,000 dragons' divine fist. He smashed all the 9-yin divine claw and walked over with large strides. Do you want me to personally suppress you? Fine, I will bring you back. It won't be long before you completely submit to me. His eyes shone with an extremely cold radiance. Not good. The Divine Union's members were enraged. Fu Hongye rushed over with the others. They wanted to save Xueqi. However, with just a glance, they were sent flying and vomiting blood. They were severely injured. Old Phoenix, Fantasy World Ancestor, Savage Wilderness Ancestor, and the others also attacked. In the end, none of them could withstand the fist of the first dragon general. Their bodies were torn apart. It was a tragic sight. It's useless. You ants are no match for me. A smile appeared on the first dragon general's face as he extended his hand to seal Xueqi. At this moment, the mysterious divine flame seed between Xueqi's eyebrows started pulsating. She gritted her teeth and said, 9-yin white bone banner. Boundless ice condensed, suddenly forming a mountain of white bones. The originally cold weather became even more terrifying. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. Crack! Xueqi waved her lily-white hand, and the 9 nether white bone banner that had appeared suddenly shattered. A terrifying and destructive power swept across the land. Not good, I only want to perish together with him. The others frantically retreated. Quite a number of people were reduced to ashes by this attack. The people from the Great Emperor clans felt their hair stand on end. A massive black hole appeared in front of him, swallowing everything. The people from the Golden Crow clan said, "What a lunatic. Lin Woody's woman is really crazy. She wants to perish together with him. She should be dead." Qin Lihua and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Even those from the dragon race became nervous. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the black hole in front of them. You want to perish together with me? But do you think you can kill me? Stupid woman. Between the heaven and earth, a terrifying explosion rang out. Following that, a fist pierced through the ancient times and punched through the black hole. Everyone could see clearly that the first dragon general was standing there. He was not injured at all. What? In the face of such a terrifying attack, he actually didn't die in the face of mutual destruction. The first dragon general was truly an invincible existence. The people from the dragon clan laughed. Did you see that? This is true invincibility. Xueqi was also not dead. She retreated far away. Her injuries were even more serious. At this moment, there was a trace of shock in her eyes. Impossible. The 9-yin white bone banner was so powerful. Its self-destructive power was enough to kill the opponent. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. However, he was not injured at all. How could this be? Was he invincible? Her body started to tremble. At this moment, the old phoenix and everyone from the Divine Union were in despair. Young Uncle Master, where are you? Shangguan Shaoxian looked up at the sky. Where is Lin Xian? In the depths of the universe, in the sword world. The lightning that filled the sky slowly disappeared and a figure walked out. Great, I have become the 9-crowned king. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He clenched his fists tightly. Now that he had become the real Nine-Crowned King, his strength had increased again. He was many times stronger than before. When he turned his head, he saw Little White, the Crimson Dragon, and the great dragon's sword soul still absorbing. However, there were not many of the hundreds of supreme-grade dragon veins left. There were only a dozen left. Lin Xian did not disturb them. Instead, he turned around and took out his voice transmission bell. Why are they looking for me? After Lin Xian opened it and heard the message, his face turned gloomy. The Heavenly Sun sect and the first Dragon General had gone to the Divine Union to look for him. Not good. How could there be danger? Damn it. His figure flashed, and he left the Sword World. He arrived in the universe. Then, his gaze pierced through heaven and earth. He roared at the sky and tore the universe apart with his hands, forming a spatial tunnel. Then, he walked in. Hidden Emperor Star, ancient city. Everyone was in despair. The first Dragon General was too strong. He was simply undefeatable. Xueqi was the same. Her eyes were filled with determination. She would not be suppressed. She still had the 9-yin body and could burn it. Xueqi looked at the first Divine General who was getting closer and closer. The divine flame seed between her eyebrows was about to melt. She was going to go all out. This was what it meant to die together. It's useless. I won't give you another chance. The first Dragon General's hand stretched out. There were countless dragon shadows circling around it. It looked like it was about to envelop Xueqi. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the void. First Dragon General, do you want to die? This voice was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, it shattered everything around it. The condensed 10,000 dragon palms were obstructed and stopped in midair. Countless people looked up at the sky. Who is it? How dare he be so audacious? However, the people of the Divine Union started cheering. Alliance Master! It's the Alliance Master's voice! The Alliance Master is back! Is my husband back? Xueqi also smiled. Her figure flashed, and she retreated far away. She knew that she was safe. Her husband was an undefeatable existence. The first Dragon General did not attack Xueqi. He retracted his hand and looked at his surroundings. Oh, Linwoody, are you back? Good. I will kill you personally in front of your woman. I think she will follow me willingly. Chapter 58-47. Everyone looked up and saw a spatial tunnel appear in the sky. An extremely handsome man walked out from it. It was Linwoody. It was indeed him. The people from the Darch family exclaimed. The Phoenix, the savage wilderness ancestor, and the others also smiled. Great, you're back. Alliance Chief. The people from the Divine Union cried. They were too excited. Husband. Xueqi's figure flashed, and she arrived beside Lin Xian. You're back. Be careful, he's a little strong. It's okay. Lin Xian ignored the first Dragon General and looked at Xueqi. You're injured. He sent a wave of power into Xueqi's body. This was the power of the Sword World. Xueqi's injuries were recovering quickly. Then, Lin Xian looked at the old Phoenix, the savage wilderness ancestor, and the fantasy world ancestor. He also sent out the power of the Sword World. The same thing happened on the Divine Union's side. They were all enveloped by Lin Xian's power. Their bodies were recovering quickly. They had recovered. How magical! The two patriarchs were shocked. Even the old Phoenix was shocked. To be honest, he had been able to become the Nine-Crowned King in such a short time because of his great talent and experience. He had also had a fortuitous encounter. However, he realized that his fortuitous encounter was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Xian. However, the power that Lin Xian used was something he had never seen before. It was too magical. He had actually come. Qin Lihua's expression was ugly. He recalled how he had been chased by Lin Xian. Therefore, his expression was frighteningly dark. However, the two elders who had come with him had never seen him before. They walked out and said coldly, "You were the one who dared to kill us. Are you the Heavenly Sun Sect's powerhouse? Kneel down and accept your death. How dare you speak to me like that?" Lin Xian looked at them and snorted. "Kill yourself? Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." His voice made everyone go crazy. The Heavenly Sun Sect was high and mighty. Now Lin Xian had actually said such words. Was he being unreasonable and looking down on them? "You're courting death." One of the 9-crowned kings instantly charged over. "Stupid thing." Lin Xian pointed out a finger. His finger seemed to have transformed into a peerless divine sword. It pierced through the enemy's head. A miserable shriek rang out as 9-crowned king's soul was destroyed. What? Dead? The people from the Heavenly Sun Sect had all gone mad. That was the 9-crowned king, not some cabbage that could be found anywhere. Yet he had been insta-killed by his opponent. What level of strength did this brat reach? Qin Lihua looked as if he was facing a great enemy. The people on the hidden Emperor Star also cried out in alarm. The people of the monarch race said, "Lin Wudi is too scary." Could it be that he was also the 9-crowned king? Inconceivable. The alliance leader was amazing. The members of the Divine Union were also cheering. Even Xueqi was shocked. Lin Xian's body contained an extremely terrifying power. I wonder what level my husband's strength has reached? After Lin Xian insta-killed 9-crowned king, there was neither joy nor sorrow. Previously, he had been able to kill the 9-crowned king. But now, his strength was no longer limited to that. However, he was still incomparably furious. He stared at Qin Lihua. "Last time, you ran away like a stray dog. I didn't expect that you would dare to come again. Since that's the case, you can go to hell." Lin Xian walked forward and slammed out with his palm, rushing towards Qin Lihua. Qin Lihua roared. However, he didn't attack. Instead, he turned around and fled. No way, right? The people of the Heavenly Sun Sect were dumbfounded. Their elder Qin's strength was terrifying. But now, he was actually fleeing without a fight. Boom! However, he couldn't escape at all. With one palm, his body was torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Qin Lihua's soul flew out with a leaf-fire divine cauldron. His eyes were filled with hatred. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you!" He returned and attacked Lin Xian's soul. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword again, shattering the leaf-fire divine cauldron. Qin Lihua's soul was also split in half. His eyes were wide open. Even until his death, he couldn't believe that he would be killed so easily by the other party. Dead, Qin Lihua was dead. Everyone was shocked by this. The old phoenix was also dumbfounded. Previously, he was defeated by Qin Lihua. In his opinion, Qin Lihua was an extremely powerful enemy. But now, he was killed by Lin Xian with one sword. Just what level had young Master Lin's strength reached? He couldn't imagine. Elder. The people of the Heavenly Sun Sect also exclaimed, but soon, they screamed in pain. Because Lin Xian attacked them again. With a flash of his leader's robe, the yin-yang image flew out. It turned into yin-yang's sword qi and enveloped the people of the Heavenly Sun Sect. Damn it, fight it out. Crazy roars could be heard. These people still wanted to fight back. But after a few slashes, their bodies were torn apart. They were terrified. Run! For so many years, they had always been high and mighty. Others were afraid of them, but they had never been afraid. But now, they really experienced the taste of fear. This person was a demon. He was invincible. They frantically fled. However, not a single one of them was able to leave alive. In the end, all the people of the Heavenly Sun Sect died. All of this happened in an instant. After killing these people, Lin Xian seemed to have done something insignificant. He turned his head and stared at the first dragon general. The people of the Heavenly Sun Sect have died. Next, it will be your dragon clan. The people of the dragon clan were facing a great enemy. The first dragon general laughed. Kid, you are too reckless. Do you think you can compete with me like this? To be honest, if I want to kill these people of the Heavenly Sun sect, I can also kill them with a raise of my hand. My strength is not something you can imagine. So, no matter how strong you are not my opponent. The people of the Emperor clan gasped. No way? The first dragon general could also kill Elder Qin and the others. It was too terrifying. No wonder Fairy Xueqi was defeated even though she was so powerful. The first dragon general was indeed the strongest person below the dragon emperor. Is that so? That's great. I just broke through and need an opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me. A sharp light erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. He stared at the other party. The first dragon general also walked over. The two of them stared at each other. The storm on their bodies swept across the land, destroying everything. Even the nine-crowned king kept retreating in the face of their aura. These two were too strong. This was going to be a fierce battle. No one knew who would be stronger in the end. Everyone was looking forward to it. It would definitely be the first dragon general. Besides the dragon emperor, our dragon general had never been defeated before. That's right, that Lin Woody, who was he? The people of the dragon clan sneered. The Divine Union said, Our alliance leader has never been defeated before. This time, he will also win. The two sides were locked in a heated argument. However, the two people in the sky did not speak. The first dragon general frowned. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent. He could sense a sharp aura from his opponent. His opponent's gaze was too calm, so calm that it was terrifying. Could it be that he was not afraid? He had never met such an opponent before. Anyone who had exchanged blows with him before had their confidence crumbled without even fighting. Even Qin Li Hua could not raise his head in front of him. However, this young man was unusually confident. He would not allow such confidence to exist. He wanted to crush his opponent. In the next instant, he attacked. Chapter 58-48. The first dragon general made his move. As he threw out a punch, countless dragon shadows roared in the sky. The entire sky started to churn violently. Was this the strength of the first dragon general? It was really terrifying. Why do I feel that no one can withstand it? No matter how strong Lin Woody was, he might not be able to withstand it. The gap between the two of them was really too big. The people from the dragon tribe sneered. Their first dragon general was truly invincible. The people from the Divine Union were nervous. The Union leader could definitely do it. The old Phoenix and the others took a deep breath. What kind of ultimate move was this little guy going to use? No one was optimistic about Lin Xian. They even felt that Lin Xian would lose without a doubt. However, in the face of such an attack, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He shook his head slightly. In the next instant, a terrifying swordlight flickered beneath his feet. At the same time, he lifted his fingers. He put his two fingers together and turned them into a sharp sword. He then slashed forward. Heaven-defying sword. The biting cold sword aura clashed with the 10,000 dragon divine fist, producing an earth-shattering sound. In the next instant, the entire fist was split into two. Lin Xian, on the other hand, immediately rushed over. In an instant, he was in front of the first dragon general. This process was so fast that no one could react in time. Even the first dragon general was stunned. Lin Xian raised his left hand and slapped the first dragon general's face. Boom! The first dragon general was sent flying with a palm print on his face. The surrounding people were stunned. They could not believe it. What had they just seen? The incomparably powerful first dragon general had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. How could it be his face? He must have been careless. The people from the dragon tribe roared crazily. The first dragon general was also enraged. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, at this moment, the 9 sun divine palms slapped down once again. With a loud smack, it landed on his face again. 2 consecutive slaps landed on the first dragon general's face. The first dragon general's face turned black. The people around him went crazy. Was this a dream? The first dragon general was so strong, how could he be slapped in the face? Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Our alliance leader is the strongest. The members of the Divine Union laughed heartily. Great, they were too excited. The strength displayed by their alliance master was simply too terrifying. What number 1 dragon general? How arrogant. Aren't you being slapped in the face by our alliance master? That's right, I think you should just call yourself the number 1 idiot. All sorts of mockery and ridicule rang out. The first dragon general was so angry that he vomited blood. Ah! He raised his head and roared angrily. Killing intent surged from his body and shattered the 9 heavens. However, he was unable to hurt Lin Xian. Lin Xian was standing above him. It was as if a god was looking down on them. He said coldly, "Your strength is only SOSO. He could only barely be my opponent. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you wish you were dead." The first dragon general was so angry that his entire body trembled. In the next instant, the power within his body erupted completely. A dragon tail swept out in all directions. It was like a heavenly blade that split the sky and earth in half. 10,000 dragon divine fist. His fist transformed into tens of thousands of mountains as he ruthlessly charged toward Yi Futian. This time, he was really angry. Every strike was a killing move. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They retreated one after another. Although the first dragon general had been slapped in the face earlier, it didn't mean that he was weak. Now, the strength displayed by the first dragon general was really too strong. This caused countless people to feel fear. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He activated the heaven-defying sword technique. He also activated the Qiankun sword technique, using all things as swords. The sharp sword aura covered the sky and clashed with the fists. Every strike was able to completely split the fist apart. After a series of fierce attacks, Lin Xian stood there calmly. He wasn't injured at all. He shook his head slightly. "Is this all you've got? You've disappointed me." The first dragon general shouted coldly. "You're courting death." Above his left hand, endless lightning shot up into the sky. A terrifying aura rushed out in all directions. This was a destructive lightning. As soon as it appeared, it shook the sky and earth. Thunder Dragon Palm. With a palm strike, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Even the quasi-emperors were terrified. Their scalps went numb. As long as they were touched by such lightning, they would instantly die. The void around Lin Xian was also constantly shattering. The lightning enveloped his body. Not good. Would he be able to withstand it? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His divine body bloomed. Terrifying flames surged as the sun mirage sword swept across the land. He used his powerful physique to shatter the void and walked out. Then, the sword aura split the mountains and rivers. The lightning that filled the sky were all split apart. Lin Xian's attacks were powerful to the extreme. At this moment, he truly showed that he was invincible. Boom! Boom! The entire sky was destroyed. The first dragon general was beaten until his blood was boiling. He really didn't expect that. He would be suppressed by the other party. This caused him to go mad with anger. Damn it! The first dragon general waved his hand and a pagoda flew out. The pagoda bloomed with terrifying lightning. It made the sky shake. This was his weapon, known as the Thunder Dragon Pagoda. Eight thunder dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. His huge body filled the void, as if he was a demon god that had existed since ancient times. With a roar, the lightning dragons charged forward, imbued with the power of supreme laws. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took out the immortal slaying sword and released a biting cold sword light. The long sword turned into a 100-meter-long divine sword and slashed forward. A deafening sound rang out. The two collided again. The biting cold sword aura directly penetrated the thunder dragon's body. That terrifying sword light turned into eternity between heaven and earth. How could it be? The first dragon general's pupils shrank in disbelief. His attack was easily broken by the other party. Not only that, but the killing intent on the battle sword was also rushing toward him. He had no choice but to dodge quickly. However, even with that being the case, there was still a strand of sword aura that pierced through his body. His face turned pale immediately. He let out a crazy roar. The pain almost drove him crazy. How many years had it been? He had never been injured. His Thunder Dragon Pagoda was extremely powerful. But now, he had been injured by a young man. It was unbearable. The people around him had all gone crazy. Was this Lin Wudi's strength? He was really too strong. Some people who had never seen Lin Wudi before felt their scalps go numb. This was true invincibility. Even in the face of the extremely powerful First Dragon General, he still had the upper hand. The people from the dragon tribe shook their heads frantically. How could it be? How could he be so strong? The people of the Divine Union cheered. Our alliance leader is mighty! Go alliance leader! The old phoenix was shocked. He is indeed a top-notch genius. No wonder he could sweep through the 8 desolations. It seems like he has a great chance of becoming an emperor in the future. In the distance, Xueqi watched this scene. Her lips curled into a beautiful smile. She was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. She said, I knew it. My husband is the best. Chapter 58-49. Good, good, good. The first dragon general was so angry that he laughed and said good 3 times in a row. He said coldly, It seems like I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to have such strength at such a young age. However, you have also underestimated me. I will not be defeated. I have a set of blade techniques that the Dragon Emperor personally imparted to me. I rarely use it. That's because no one can make me use this set of saber techniques. However, I will make an exception for you today. You should be proud that you will die under this blade technique. Following the words of the first dragon general, a terrifying icy intent filled the place. His palms kept forming hand seals and shards of immortal energy, and nomological laws quickly filled the area. Suddenly, the void split open and true dragons appeared one after another, roaring at the sky. These true dragons were very small. However, they swallowed the sky and earth and grew rapidly. Then, sharp blades appeared on the backs of the true dragons. 10,000 dragon blades. Slash! The first dragon general roared. In the sky, 10,000 dragon blades flickered. Every blade could kill the 9-crowned king. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, he actually had such a trump card. Wasn't this too unbelievable? This was an emperor's ultimate technique that the Dragon Emperor had imparted to him personally. When unleashed by him, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. He was indeed the first dragon general. His foundation was really deep. Even more people became complacent once again. The people of the Divine Union were also worried. However, Shangguan Shaoxin said, Don't worry. Little Martial Uncle's trump card is not something they can imagine. Lin Xian stood in the sky and felt the terrifying blade chi around him. He took a deep breath and thought, This is interesting. Only now can you make my blood boil. Your blade technique is very strong. However, you should also experience my sword technique. The immortal slaying sword in Lin Xian's hand emitted an extremely cold light. Then, everything in the world turned into sword chi and surrounded the area. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the Qianquan's sword. He was like a sword god as he slashed forward with the immortal's slaying sword. Lin Xian was the owner of the great dragon sword spirit. He was the successor of the great dragon sword and possessed an incomparably sharp aura. As for the celestial slaying sword, it had once killed a great emperor and contained an unparalleled murderous aura. At this moment, when Lin Xian used it, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. As soon as this sword appeared, it suppressed the saber techniques that filled the sky. The surrounding people were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. This guy's swordsmanship was actually so strong. Heavens, is he the reincarnation of the sword god? How could it be so terrifying? The first dragon general's face turned gloomy again. Originally, he thought that by using the 10,000 dragon saber, he would be able to reverse the situation. But now, he realized that this might not be the case. The reason for that was because his opponent's sword technique was simply too terrifying. It caused the light of his 10,000 dragon saber to dim. His opponent's strength had actually exceeded his imagination. It was truly inconceivable. Was he going to be defeated this time? Impossible. He clenched his fists. With a furious roar, the first dragon general took the initiative to attack. The saber light that filled the sky all slashed down. The biting cold saber technique enveloped Lin Xian. The power of the saber was enough to shatter everything. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body emitted an incomparable light. At the same time, sword chi rushed out from his body one after another. They circled around and formed a sea of swords that swept over. Clang, clang, clang. Deafening sounds rang out. Everyone's chi and blood were in turmoil. Some of the quasi-emperors even had their bodies split open. Their faces were filled with horror. It was too powerful. Just the residual power of this energy seemed to be able to kill them. Lin Xian roared. He held the sword with both hands and slashed out. It was as if the sky was split open. The saber light that filled the sky was bent. That was the saber light that turned into a true dragon. It kept howling in agony before it was split into two. This sword seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. It directly slashed toward the first dragon general. The first dragon general's pupils shrank. He waved his hands and turned them into two peerless sabers that blocked in front of him. With a clang, his body sank. The void beneath his feet turned into thousands of black holes. What a terrifying sword! This time, the first dragon general's expression was extremely ugly. His arms were trembling. It seemed like he could not bear it anymore. Damn it! Block it for me! He roared angrily and poured all the bloodline laws in his body into his two arms. His two arms seemed to have turned into heavenly sabers that were about to blast away the other party's sword chi. However, Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared. The power of the sword technique erupted again. Boom! Ah! There was a blood-curdling scream and the sound of bones breaking. The first dragon general's two arms were chopped off. He could not withstand this power at all. Not only that, but the sword technique had also split open his body, leaving behind a scar. He was sent flying. His blood dyed the sky red. The first dragon general was injured. The sky was also sent flying. Countless exclamations rang out. Was he going to be defeated? When this thought came out, everyone's heart pounded violently. No. The people from the dragon race were crying. Their first dragon general was the strongest person under the dragon emperor. He was a super expert among the 9 crowned kings. But now, he was injured. How could this be? Deep fear appeared in their eyes. They felt like the sky was about to collapse. Ha! The alliance leader is mighty. What first dragon general? He is nothing in front of our alliance leader. Nalan Liang and the others laughed heartily. The people of the Divine Union were too excited. Did you see that? This was their alliance leader, unparalleled. The people from the Hidden Emperor Star were also shocked. This was the genius of the Hidden Emperor Star. It was really unbelievable. Who said that the deity ground was high and mighty? The hidden Emperor Star could also produce supreme geniuses. Linwoody was their idol. If he could, so could they. They did not want to be inferior. They were all excited. Lin Xian had become their role model. Lin Xian had defeated the experts of the deity ground. Lin Xian had proved that even if he was not from the deity ground, so what? He could still defy the heavens. Lin Xian looked ahead and asked, "How does it feel to lose?" "Damn it." The first dragon general's body shook. His face was extremely pale. Was Lin Xian mocking him? But he had no strength to fight back. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Lin Xian walked forward. "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you haven't experienced it yet? Then I will let you experience it again." A sharp sword aura appeared in his hand again, causing the first dragon general's pupils to shrink. The people of the dragon race also went crazy. "How dare you attack? Damn it, get lost. The dragon race is not something you can provoke." However, it was useless. No one could stop Lin Xian's footsteps. "That's enough. You can stop. You have already won this battle. There is no need to attack again." At that instant, a cold voice could be heard. Everyone was startled and turned their heads toward the source of the voice. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. They saw that the person who spoke was an old man. This old man was tall and had the power to split the sky and earth. That was the law of the primal chaos. He was a member of the primal chaos tribe. Moreover, he was the ancestor of the primal chaos tribe. What was going on? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Wasn't the primal chaos tribe also a member of the universe? Why was he speaking up for the people of the deity ground? Chapter 5850. The Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He remembered that this person had attacked him before. After that, he was taken away by Lord Jiujio and defeated. However, Lord Jiujio did not kill him. He did not expect him to jump out now. "Are you speaking up for him?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "Kid, I'm your senior. How can you speak to your senior like this?" The Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor was upset. He walked out and said, "You won, but you can't kill him. He is the top dragon general of the dragon race and has an extraordinary status. Moreover, he is working with the Permethau. You have already killed the people of the Heavenly Sun sect. Now you want to kill the top dragon general and anger the Permethau. The Permethau will not let you off. You might even implicate us." Many people frowned when they heard those words. Nalan Liang ran out and said coldly, "Old man, you're too shameless. Old thing, you're too shameless, aren't you? You even implicated you? Why didn't you say anything when he was sweeping through the place? Why didn't you stand up and speak up for us when the Divine Union was about to be destroyed? Now you're speaking up for us. Are you a dog of the Permetha? What did you say?" The Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor was enraged. He took a step forward and merged his murderous intent with his Primal Chaos power. However, it was sliced apart by Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly, "Firstly, you are not my senior. You are not qualified. Secondly, this is between me and the dragon race. What does it have to do with you? Do I have to listen to you whether I kill him or not? Thirdly, anyone who stops me will die." Then, he turned around and slashed forward. The Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor was so frightened that he rolled to the side and dodged it. He was drenched in cold sweat. He was so angry that he trembled. "I'll do it if you dare." Lin Xian slapped him and sent him flying. "I don't know how you became the 8-crown champion. However, you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me with your strength. Damn it." The Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor was going crazy. The reason why his strength had improved by leaps and bounds was because he had joined the deity land. He had become someone else's subordinate, and that person had given him elixirs and miraculous medicines. That was why he was able to increase his strength so quickly. That was why he was speaking up for the celestial land and the Permitha. That was because he was already one of them. He struggled to stand up, gritted his teeth and said, "Linwoody, I know you are strong. However, no matter how strong you can't be stronger than Higgin. If you go against others, you will be unlucky sooner or later. You might even implicate the entire universe. Do you want to see millions of living beings buried with you?" He didn't know what death was, Lin Xian said coldly. With a slash of his sword, he split the Chaos Quasi-Emperor apart. The primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream as his eyes widened. He had actually been killed in an instant by the other party. The other party actually dared to kill him. He was filled with hatred. The two halves of the corpse fell to the ground. The people around him went crazy. This Linwoody was too decisive in killing. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Lin Xian said coldly, "The Permitha is very ambitious. What they want to do won't stop just because I don't do it. So, don't be so naive to have such hope. Are you going to side with the Permitha? That's your business. I don't care. However, I can tell you that the Permitha and I are enemies. If you side with the Permitha, you will be my enemy. When I deal with my enemies, I will always be ruthless and merciless. So, think carefully. As for the Chaos Quasi-Emperor, he should have died long ago. However, back then, my master, Lord Alcohol, did not kill him for the sake of the world. Because if he became a Quasi-Emperor, he would have the hope of fighting against the Permitha. So, he was the seed of hope. He did not kill him. However, now that he has sided with the Permitha, he is no longer hope. Today, I will send him to hell." Lin Xian's voice shocked everyone. It seemed that he was really going to fight against the Permitha to the end. The first dragon general snorted. You are not qualified to go against the Permitha. The Permitha is high and mighty. There is more than one great emperor there. What do you have to fight against it?" Everyone's scalp went numb. There was actually such a terrifying existence in the world. It had many great emperors. Wasn't this above the Emperor clan? In fact, he was even stronger than everyone else. This was what a true supreme overlord was like. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the first dragon general. "It's not up to you to decide whether I am qualified or not. However, I can tell you now that you are not qualified to be the first dragon general. You are not qualified to be a dragon. Nonsense. My bloodline is so powerful. Other than the Dragon Emperor, it is me. Why am I not qualified?" Lin Xian snorted. "Since you followed Long Xiaotian, didn't he tell you? The Dragon Clan will never surrender." The Dragon Lord of the Dragon Clan, Ten Crown King, was suppressed and killed by the Permitha. Now you have sided with the ancestor's enemy. Are you worthy of being called a dragon? You. The first dragon general's pupils shrank. Those from the Dragon Clan were also stunned. They immediately looked up. What? There was actually such a thing? Their dragon lord was killed by the Permitha. Impossible. They were all crazy. How do you know? The first dragon general was shocked. He roared. Who are you? The other Dragon Clan masters also roared. Kid, don't think that you can fool us with just a few stories. We are not fools. The Dragon Queen is Long Xiutian's doubt partner. Since she sided with the Permitha, it means that the Permitha has not killed any Dragon Clan masters. Lin Xian heard this and laughed. Are you talking about Long Yu? She was able to live until now only because she was Long Xiutian's woman. Otherwise, she would have died 100 times already. This woman is not worthy of ruling the Dragon Clan. I respect Long Xiaotian. He is a man. However, after Long Xiaotian, the Dragon Clan has really declined. Now I will tell you the truth. The Dragon Clan's enemy is the Permitha. Now that you acknowledge the thief as your father, Don't blame me for cleaning you up. Lin Xian clenched the immortal Slayer sword and walked forward murderously. Go. The first dragon general's expression changed. He turned to leave. This time, he had been too careless. When he returned, he would gather the other dragon generals and come back together. He had to take revenge for this. Lin Xian snorted. Did I say you could leave? The immortal Slayer sword slashed out, bringing with it a storm, lightning, and thunder. It directly split the void. The first dragon general threw out a pagoda. However, the pagoda was sent flying. The first dragon general was also sent flying. Lin Xian attacked aggressively. The heaven-defying sword technique, the heaven-defying sword technique, the heaven-defying fist, and all kinds of terrifying techniques. Sword, she rushed wildly. The first dragon general was beaten until he was forced to retreat. He wanted to escape, but he could not do it at all. Before long, one of his arms was cut off. After a while, his body was pierced and nailed to the void. He roared at the sky. It was really too embarrassing. He was actually beaten up. He could not bear it. He roared, and the dragon blood in his body began to burn. He wanted to fight for his life. However, Lin Xian decisively took out the dragon sword spirit and merged it with the immortal Slayer sword. It was over. The sword slashed down. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.